Have you ever noticed how tourism is it working? How about now?
Hold on. You don't.
Brainy, Brainy the cat. Brainy the RPG cat. It's a kitty cat.
Hello, cats and kittens, felines and felidae, humans and variant humans, and every race, class, and subclass. Welcome to another edition of Brainy the RPG Cat. Tonight we are going to be watching a, a compulsory special presentation of Well of the Worlds. This is going to be one of the first times that Well of the Worlds is going to be broadcast online. So I decided to preempt tonight's stream so that we would all be able to enjoy this moment together. Of course, you're probably going to get a better view of the screen and you're going to be able to watch me interact with chat if you join us on the official Rem Alters Productions page, which is twitch.tv/Master of Rem. And so I was supposed to do tabletop lore tonight, but I'm probably going to be doing that on Monday, and then I'll just probably be playing a game on Saturday. So all the great big fans of tabletop lore can still have a day to tune in for that. Okay, well, I'll be with you until the show starts, but once the show starts, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to mute my mic, and I am simply going to watch on Twitch along with you and interact with the chat. Please be watching this on twitch.tv/Master of Rem. They need the time and attention put on this, and also I've pinned a link to the start of the chat page so that you will be able to go to tinyurl.com/Well of the Worlds and participate in the Well of the Worlds Kickstarter page. Be signed up for the mailing list so that you will be able to participate in the actual Well of the Worlds Kickstarter, which is going to be coming this April 4th. So that is that. And so thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Like I say, this is probably not going to be that much of a stream. Oh, well, you know what? Now that I think about it, I probably should be subbing to the channel just so that there isn't going to be any commercial interruptions. Let me go ahead and let me do that. I'll be right back. I think I accidentally transitioned away from the wrong page. Oh well. Okay, now we can come back. Okay, so let's see. Let me raise the volume on this. And once again, this is probably going to be playing at half volume on my channel if you want to hear a better version of it, then yeah, by all means, go to twitch.tv/Master of Rem, and then yeah, we'll go ahead and you'll go ahead and watch the full presentation at the volume that I am listening to. Aren't we full of bells and whistles tonight? Okay, folks. We'll be starting any moment now. And so, I've been working with Rem Alternus on this promo campaign. Just started, and it was what was offered to me when I first started to say that I wanted to use Prowlers and Paragons as my current engine for the actual play series. One shots from the Yawning Portal, and I appreciate Rem Alternus, Mobius Worlds Publishing, both of them for being kind enough in order to allow me to do these sponsorships. But it's also, I'm just kind of curious because this is my first opportunity to actually see a game played in World of Worlds. I mean, of course, I've seen a lot of games played in Brawlers and Paragons, but all right. Sure, they're getting everything ready. I wasn't anticipating doing this tonight, but anyways. Toy boat. This is just me filling the space. All right. That's where the loop ends. I think we're about to start up again, or maybe we're actually about to start up the show. That would be nice. I feel so exposed out here. Is that everybody can see my For You page? This is the page, of course, where I draw all of the chat forwardings, all of the people that I regularly raid. Nobody has seen this much of my Twitch interface before. Should I be concerned? No? Okay, thank God. Yes, Well of the Worlds. What can I tell you about Well of the Worlds? There are worlds, and then there is a well. Starting. All right.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the first session of the Well of the Worlds. The Well is an isekai portal fantasy campaign setting inspired by a number of sources, including the anime El Hazard, the Castle Perilous novels by John Duchancey, and the World of Tears novels by Philip A. Farmer. I'll be using the Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition RPG from Mobius Worlds Publishing to run this game. Before we get started, a few updates for everybody. First of all, I am Michael Serbrook, Serbrook Press, the GM creator of Well of the Worlds. You can find my work on Drive-Thru RPG. Just look for the name Serbrook. And if you can't spell it, contact Rem Alternus. He'll tell you how to spell it. Second, the Well will be coming to Kickstarter on April 4th, and you can get information and notified of the launch by clicking on the link in the chat. Now, if that's out of the way, let's begin. It is early March 2023 for all of you, and you are on Oceanic Airlines Flight 903 out of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport in Atlanta, Georgia. By the way, that is, if I recall, the single busiest airport in the world. And life is going on as expected, although the last year has been, let's be polite and say, rough. COVID-19 is still a prevalent problem. Now, of course, turning into new variants such as Omicron. But vaccinations or boosters are helping. On the other hand, there's a war between Russia and Ukraine that has entered its second year, and there's no end in sight. Inflation and price gouging have caused prices to skyrocket around the world. And the political tensions in the United States and elsewhere keep getting worse and worse. But you know what? The 5 of you are getting away from all that as you take a 3-hour plane trip out into the Atlantic for sun and sand and beaches and everything else that you would do in Bermuda. The trip has been eventful so far. I mean, airplane flights are pretty standard and routine these days, except about midway through, when you're out over the Atlantic, the skies grow dark and the fasten your seatbelt sign goes on and stays on. It seems a spring squall is sprung up suddenly, and the captain warns of turbulence. Anybody of you who's on your first flight will now wish you had never got on this airplane. The plane is buffeted by high winds, intense rain, and lightning so bright it illuminates the entire cabin, whether you've got your shades up or down. Anyone who looks out the window will see green after images from each lightning bolt, as well as greenish balls of St. Elmo's fire crawling along the wings, and a strange green glow to the dark side. And there's also a point where the plane drops, and the rain seems to fall upwards. And then all of you black out. So I hope you have your character sheets open, because we're going to make our first die roll of the game. I'm going to ask everybody for a toughness roll. So for you all watching at home, what I'm asking them to do, and I'm not going to do this a whole lot, but what I'm asking them to do is take a look at where your toughness ability is. You've got a value. That's how many dice you're going to roll. You're going to tell me how many successes. I'm going to go around clockwise, starting with Ava and ending with Carlos, and say, and give me a number. So when you're ready, Ava, raise your hand or say something.
I'm ready. I have 2 toughness.
You have a 2 toughness.
You're not the only one.
I got 2 successes.
You got 2. All right. So let me make a note. This actually that's not Ava. I have to remember.
Ashlyn.
Yeah. I hate to. Can everybody change your names to your PC name so I know what to call you?
Should have done that before. I hope it doesn't mess up. Actually, put your character name in parentheses after your current Discord name. That way it doesn't mess up the overlay cameras. Yes,
all right,
please.
Grimnack, what'd you get?
I got 0.
Ooh. All right. How about Penal?
I got 3.
Okay. Isabits are Freya.
Ah. Just to clarify, successes are still 2s, 4s, and 6s? Okay.
If that's how you want to count them, yes.
Okay, I got 1 success.
Okay. Okay, and Carlos. Oh, you guys! I'm looking at your character sheets, and you put your name and your username. So I've also now figured out who everybody is. Carlos, how many did you get? You're on mute.
I got 3 successes.
3. Okay. So first things first, Roland. You have 0 successes. So two things there. First of all, give yourself a resolve.
Okay.
because you are hurt. Now, you don't take any health damage. This is all more cosmetic, but you are injured. You are unconscious. You are hurt in some fashion. You will come around presently, and so when you do, and the other characters talk to you, you can figure out what amusing thing happened to you. Penal and I'm sorry. First session jitters. Lamar and Edgar, both of you wake up first. You come to consciousness. You are still in your seat. You are still in the cabin. But there's a few things that you notice immediately that I'm not even going to ask for a perception roll. But if you want to know more, I'll make one. First of all, you can tell you're not moving. You don't hear the sound of the engines. You don't hear the vibration of the plane. Second of all, that storm is gone. There is beautiful, clear sunlight coming in, the opening in the front and the back of the plane and the windows. All of the luggage has fallen out of the overhead bins and is strewn all up and down the cabin and the aisle. And you also notice that from where you can see, most of the seats are empty. There's only four, well, for each of you, there's only 4 other seats with somebody in it. And I'm gonna go counterclockwise because I went clockwise. Edgar, do you, before you get up, if you want to get any more information before you act, I'm gonna ask for a per roll. If not, the floor is yours.
I'm gonna make a per roll. I have 3D on that, so I'm going to roll, and I got 3 successes.
All right. Just a reminder for everybody, 0 is easy, 1 is average, 2 is hard, 3 is difficult, and goes on. That's superhuman. Pretty quick. So with 3, and I'm not looking anything up, I'm just sort of running this by like, okay, I got an idea. With 3, so what you notice pretty quickly is, first of all, everything I just said, it also really dawns on you that there's no front to the plane. Like the bridge is gone. You know, you're like, there's just enough airplane for everybody else that's here, and you're sitting still, and you can see green growth, and you can smell very nice, clean, slightly chill air, and you can hear when you stop and listen for a moment. You're just sort of like, you know, I'm here. I'm in my seat-belted seat. There's luggage everywhere. The bins are all open. There's no front to the plane. There's no back to the plane. The tail section is gone. And you can hear noises that you would probably associate, like the equivalent of chirping birds and things, and the smell of grass and pine and maybe some flowers. So hold your thought of what you're going to do next. Lamar, this is you are sitting in your seat. There's luggage everywhere. If you're going to get up, move around, that's fine. If you want a little more information, once again, make a per roll.
Lamar's gonna unbuckle his seatbelt and he's gonna start looking around. What happened, everybody? What kind of BS was that? Where's the front of the plane? He's just gonna like look around. You said there's 4 other bodies in seats.
Yeah, one of whom is now looking at you. That would be Edgar. You can hear one of your fellow passengers has stood up and has asked, "Where's the front of the plane?"
What in the world? What is happening? This is what, engineering disasters? What's going on here? I'm gonna take out my seat very quickly.
Are you all right? He's gonna reach a hand out towards Edgar. You know, like,
yeah, he's gonna pat himself down. I think so. He's gonna feel his head.
All right, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna walk, take a couple steps back, and I'm just gonna try to shake awake the next person I come across, whoever that may be.
Yep, we're gonna go. Basically, in case you haven't figured it out, more successes wakes up first. Haisling, you are you're not unconscious, but you are now you're basically coming aware, and you can hear 2 people talking. And Lamar, the person that you can see coming around and sort of waking up would be Aisling. So they're the person who you would go up to.
Yeah, and I think Ashlyn and Freya are definitely in first class, so near the front of the plane, very close to the missing portion.
Yeah, so if you open your eyes, you're going to note, it may take you a moment to realize what you're seeing, and Freya, you're going to be following right behind. Roland, you're going, basically when they get to you, they'll wake you up, and you can milk your injury for all it's worth. That's why I'm giving you resolve, because you're kind of, by getting 0, I'm saying, hey, you're hurt, but I'm giving you resolve to make up for it that you can use later.
So if you're going to be giving me resolve for bad dice rolls, I'm going to be at 8 all the time.
It's actually, I actually have it written in. It's just, but anyway, anyways, Freya and Aisling, both of you, I'm going to say you're coming around about the same time, and it may take you a few moments to realize. I mean, you're like, okay, we're not moving. Wow, beautiful, clear air, and it may take the both of you a moment to realize there's no front to the plane. Like there's the part right where the seats end. I'm thinking I don't fly in first class. I usually fly Southwest, but right there where they're board, and there's the front bathroom, and then there's the hospitality station, and then there's the cabin, the cockpit. Yeah, that's all gone. So the two of you are looking at this grass vista, and you're looking out at growth of all kinds, and flowers, and mounded green piles, and tree-like structures and things. And there's some movement, like some animals moving around. So yeah, that's what you're seeing. And then there's somebody coming up and touching you on the shoulder who's picked his way through all the luggage in the aisle.
You all right?
Freya, please tell me I'm dreaming.
My name's not Freya.
No, there's. I don't know who this person is, but there's no front of the plane, Ash. I don't. What happened? Are you okay?
The middle part of the flight is supposed to be the safest. You're supposed to be most plane accidents happen at takeoff or landing, and we weren't either taking off or landing when that happened. Whatever happened, where the hell is the front of the plane?
Okay, calm down. It'll be okay.
It'll be okay. We got hit by green lightning and fire. Like, what is going on?
I don't know, but I'm sure there's an explanation for it. Are you okay, Ash?
I don't know that I can say yes to that right now in this situation.
Okay.
Not hurt, I don't think.
Okay, just sit there and breathe. It'll be okay. I'm gonna get up and see if there's any other survivors. And we don't see any other bodies, right? It's just us.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do now, because a bunch of you are up and around, and I want to make sure everybody gets equal face time. So Freya, you asked that, and you see, Roland, how bad are you hurt? I'm going to say.
So I have an idea for this.
Okay.
It's going to be kind of funny, but it should be entertaining and somewhat realistic. So Roland's the section of the plane Roland was in has a tree sticking through it. From the angle you're looking at, there are several chairs that have broken through and are actually piled on top of him, along with a bunch of luggage. And he has a gash on his forehead that's bleeding.
So Freya, you see Edgar, and you all can eventually describe yourselves to each other, but you see Edgar standing up. You've got this individual Lamar next to you. You're sitting next to Aisling, and you look around and you can see a pile of cabin seats, all sort of jumbled together. There's a branch coming through that's punched through, which is not hard. The skin of an airplane is actually not all that thick, at least a commercial. And you can see a limb sticking out. And you know what? Because of the angle, you can't see his head, but scalp wounds bleed like crazy. So there's blood kind of running down slowly down his arm, dripping from somewhere inside this pile of seats. Other than those 4 other people, or 3 other than Aisling, the plane is oddly empty, and there was a lot more people on this airplane. And there's also rows of seats that are missing. So oddly enough, like there's just rows of seats missing out of the plane without any damage to the outer cabin or anything. It's the strangest thing. And once again, all the upper bins are open, so the aisle is clogged with all the stuff people would probably take with them on a flight to Bermuda. All right, that information, you know what, Carlos, you haven't anything to say, so I'm going to counterclockwise. Carlos, what are you up to right now?
So Edgar has gotten out his flip phone, and he's got basically an old Motorola Razr, and he's trying to open it up, and he's desperately trying to get a signal or to call somebody and try to see what's happening here.
All right. You have no bars.
He's like, no reception, he'll say to the people wandering around. Does anybody have a newer phone, maybe? Anything? Computer, internet, anything?
All right, Freya. You can hear an individual holding up his phone saying that. You're still seated in your seat. What are you up to at the moment?
Well, my first priority was Ashlyn. I wanted to make sure that she is okay. Now that I know that she's physically okay, I see the guy across the way that has the head wound, so my next thought is to go over and make sure that he's alive. And I also yell, I have my laptop and my phone. I have all kinds of different devices. I don't know if they'll work, though. And I just kind of grab my carry-on and kind of, I don't want to toss it because I don't want to break my stuff, but like, you can come over here and grab my laptop and my phone and see if it works. And I'm going to head towards Roland.
All right. Why don't you roll your healing? Yes, it's called. I changed it slightly. Yeah. Why don't you roll your healing? And just hold on to that. Lamar. What are you up to? You're at the front. You can see out the front of the plane now, quite clearly.
Okay, so what is it that I see out the front of the plane?
What you're seeing through the front would be, let's see here. You can see, first of all, it's very green, a lot of grass. You can see what you presume are flowers. There's colored blooms, blossoms, leaves, all scattered through it. You can see some interesting green lumps, which look to be moss-covered boulders, and there's some thick stands of what you think is a bamboo. Oh, that's right. Knowing your background, you're like, that looks very much like bamboo. And there's also thickets of conifers, which are of deep green and silvery blue and yellow gold. And you can see a few of them clustered near where you are. That very interestingly, you can see the tree goes up, and then it kind of curls back down, almost like it's bowed in prayer or sorrow. The whole, like the top of the tree curls back in on itself. And that seems to go on. I mean, that's what you see out the front. This is, I don't know how well Lamar studied Bermuda, but conifers and bamboo and alpine meadow is certainly not what you would, if this is Bermuda, this is a really interesting part of it.
Hey guys, I think we're way the fuck far away from Bermuda. Bamboo doesn't grow around, doesn't grow on beaches like this typically. And he's gonna turn around and he's gonna start sifting through the luggage, and he's gonna be looking for his chopper backpack, which is like a big pink like reindeer-esque backpack that has all his stuff in it.
All right, so that backpack stands out because you said it was, especially since you said it was pink. Everybody, so your carry-on luggage is there. You can eventually find it along with everybody else's if you start looking. But that's what you're doing. Roland, you're coming around. You are trapped under a pile of other seats from the cabin that have all apparently been ripped up, and you're tangled in there. Your head aches. You can feel something wet coming down your face. There's a branch, oddly enough, that's slammed through the outer shell of the cabin and is sort of up here. And there's somebody dabbing at your face. Freya, what'd you get on your healing?
I got 2 successes on 2 dice.
That is excellent. Basically, that means that you are rather efficiently patching up his wound. If he had actually taken a health point of damage, he would get it back now. But I said you're not taking any health; it's more cosmetic. So, Roland, there's someone basically bandaging your head as you wake up.
Am I dead?
I don't know that I can answer that question, honestly.
Oh, great.
Like, didn't this happen in Lost?
What's lost?
That show that was really big on TV like 1,000 years ago?
I don't remember that.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe we are dead. I think they were in like what, purgatory the whole time? Like there's a
Spoilers.
smoke monster?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I woke up. The plane is like this. There's only a couple of us. I don't know what's going on. Are you okay? Physically?
I'm stuck. I can't feel my legs, but that's probably because they're pinned.
Okay. I'm gonna start trying to, I guess, dig him out.
Okay.
I'll help her. I'll help her out after I see her start moving chairs and whatnot.
All right. Let me get to Ashlyn first. Let me get around. I realize everybody wants an action, but I'm trying to make sure everybody gets an equal time there. Ashlyn, Freya's gotten up, is helping somebody. Lamar kind of walked to the front and then is turned around to help get chair. You heard, I'm stuck, I can't feel my legs. You also heard another individual say, does anybody have a signal? Does anybody have a newer phone? So you can see there's movement about the cabin now.
Yeah, when Freya went to help the guy buried in the plane seats, Ashlyn almost tries to stand up before unbuckling her seatbelt. So there's a quiet groan and unbuckles, and then she's rummaging for her bag because she's got a robust first aid kit in it. And so she's like handing Freya some gauze to help wrap it around his head to keep stop the bleeding.
I'm going to say that the five of you are now clustered around Roland. Edgar, if you mind, I figure you start helping getting seats off of him. Freya, you notice with a 2 that, yeah, it's a scalp wound. It's not very deep, but it's kind of long, and scalp wounds bleed like mad. You start patching it up best you can. Ashlyn starts handing you some supplies out of her mom bag that has, as you know, has everything in the universe you could ever need in it. At least she tries that. Lamar, you find your big pink. You said pink? It was pink, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you find that, and then of course you're going to help out moving these seats. This is the point where you realize that sure, Roland is buried under a couple of chairs now. If I recall correctly, on an airplane, the chairs are often in a row. They're sort of bolted together and then bolted to the base. So it's a little like jack straws. It's not. There's a couple of them tangled around him, so you just have to lift them up and move them away. But you also realize that he's only under like 2 or 3 rows of seats. But there are more than that missing all through the plane. It's very strange. Like maybe they got ripped out and sucked out the back, because all of you, including Roland, now are very aware. There's the back of the plane is missing right about where these seats end, or a little bit before. So you think some rows went, as well as the bathroom in the back and the tail. And then in the front, oh yeah, that was real easy to find in the. And in the front, like I said, basically right where this. If I'm thinking about the Southwest planes I've been on, where there's like the bulkhead and there's the hospitality station and a little bathroom, and then there's the exit. That's all gone. So everything. So basically, where the seats end, which is where you two were, you were as far forward as you could be, and there's just nothing out there. And so that all of you, and as Roland gets up, all of you are now aware there may have been 40, 60 other people in this plane, and there's just 5 of you now. And aside from his head wound, all of you are pretty much unhurt. And the plane is sitting, stomach down, on the ground, not moving. And once again, it smells really nice. It's got that clear air, fresh air smell. Certainly no smog, certainly no smoke or smell of animal. I live in Colorado, and if the wind is right, you can smell Greeley because of all the cows there. You do not like that smell. But it's also, there's a breeze blowing through, and it's very, very green out both sides.
Did we, like, touch down outside of a breeze plant or something? He's going to say to the group. You guys smell that? It smells like refreshing.
Edgar's gonna go look around. I can't wait to read the NTSB report on this. Is there anyone else here? Was anyone awake? Was anyone awake when this happened?
No.
No, I just woke up and it was like this.
We were over the ocean when that happened, I'm pretty sure. I was watching the flight path, and we were not anywhere really near land. I don't know where we are.
Is this what happened to Amelia Earhart?
I don't think anybody knows what happened to Amelia Earhart.
What about all those ships that got lost in the triangle? We have to find them.
We weren't near the Bermuda Triangle. We were midway through the flight.
So you're telling me that in the gigantic ocean that we're flying over, there wasn't a triangle that we flew over? Not even one time? He looks at you incredulously.
A triangle is not the Bermuda Triangle.
I would like to actually attempt to actually, Roland's gonna like reach into his pocket, pull out his phone that's in one of those like industrial strength phone cases.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna like check his phone.
Okay. It turns on. If it had power before, it still has power, but you get no bars. There's no Wi-Fi. There's no anything like that. There's no wireless connection. There's no cell. It's just not getting any sort of connection at all.
All right. If I actually try to pull up Google Earth, does it actually pull up the world map that it normally does if you don't have an internet connection?
Okay, yeah, I've never tried to do that, but anything, it will pull up whatever default it pulls up if you have no connection.
Okay. Roland would have charted the flight path just to kind of get an idea, because the Bermuda Triangle is a thing that is somewhat famous in occult circles. And
Certainly,
he's going to
the triangle typically, depending on who you look at, extends from Miami to Bermuda to Cuba. And you were flying over, you basically, I don't know where the actual flight path would be, but you're certainly going to have crossed Florida, and you would have been either near it or skimming near it or crossing through it to get to Bermuda.
All right. One of the reasons I was going to Bermuda is the triangle.
Wait, you're not. Go ahead, Ashley.
I'm pretty sure it's grossly overstated how many ships actually or planes disappear near the Bermuda Triangle. Like, it's not any more or less dangerous than any other spot on the ocean, statistically speaking.
Exactly. Are you saying something supernatural out here?
I mean,
Roland, I'm gonna help you out there. I don't know if the player knows, but Roland would certainly know the story of at least Flight 19.
I do not know that story, but Roland definitely would. I was about to go off on a rant, so...
So Roland, you may want to look this up in between sessions so you can use it later. And if you really, really want, I can recommend some books from my library if you really want to get into the whole mythos and pester everybody as we play with the mythos stories of the Triangle. But Flight 19 was a flight of 5 Avenger torpedo bombers in 1945-46 who went on a routine training mission and got lost. They left from Florida, apparently in the real world took a wrong turn, reported that the sea looked wrong, that the sky looked wrong, that their instruments weren't reading, they were flying over islands, and eventually vanished. And then another plane, a Martin Marietta cargo plane, dual engine, was flown out to look for them, and it vanished, although a fireball was reported in the air where it should have been. And so that is possibly the single most famous Bermuda Triangle incident, which you will regale our other characters with as they do whatever they do, accounting some of the things that were said and the idea that they there's some great quotes. Unfortunately, one of the quotes that I know, which is, it's like looking for a painted ship in a painted ocean, was actually about a different disappearance, with the idea that they had apparently, as far as could be told, flown just who knows where, and eventually just disappeared off of radio. They were not tracked on radar, but realize this is 1946. But that would immediately come to your mind about one of the most famous airplane disappearances.
So while he's going off on this particular rant, he stops and goes, every myth starts somewhere. Everything has roots. There's no way they're not connected in some way. We couldn't have just disappeared. I mean, green lightning, green almost fire, we're in the middle of the plane. Turbulence has never brought down a plane as far as we know. Something else happened. And I bet this is going to prove my theory. He starts looking for his bag frantically.
Midway through his rant, Ashlyn has put in her earbuds.
Is there a way to get some
Roland, I apologize for taking the narrative, but there is a reason why I do live in a library. There's a reason why locally I'm called a professor, and I do I don't have a ton of Bermuda Triangle, but I have a couple on it, and I certainly can give you some good resources. And yeah, just look up in Wikipedia for Flight 19, and you'll get all the wonderful conspiracy theories you want right there.
Oh, I did. I was reading it.
Okay. So Carlos, who was looking for their backpack? Oh, Roland.
Roland. He's looking for his bag.
Sorry. So while Roland is talking, I am going to presume, and I'm not trying to take over the narrative here, but I'm going to presume that the rest of you are going to listen and nod, and if you start looking for anything that's carry-on, you find it. It's all scattered up and down the airplane. Checked luggage, if you want to look for that, that's a slightly different matter. But while he's talking, anybody who looks for anything that you have written as your carry-on luggage on your character sheet, you will find plenty of other luggage as well. All sorts of bags and totes and laptop bags and carry-ons and everything have fallen down in here. There's probably those are usually checked. I don't think you're not going to find a surfboard or a boogie board. Those are going to get checked. But just about everything else that you can imagine that somebody would bring with them. The seats also, you can see stuff has been left behind. Let's be honest, some of the oxygen has fallen down. It may not have been used, but the turbulence was such they may have fallen down. Someone may have been using it. And, of course, when you think about it, you occasionally realize there's little brown paper or plastic, whatever they make them out, bags, that you're like, yeah, I'm not even touching that because I can smell it from here. Do not, stay away. That's not a good idea. And there's no people other than you. And there's, in some cases, you can see, seat belts that are fitted. Like somebody was sitting there, now they're not. And then other places where rows of seats are just gone.
Go ahead.
Lamar, after he gets his copper backpack and after hearing Roland go off about the Bermuda Triangle, he immediately starts looking for the snack cart because he's like, all right, where's the bourbon and vodka little shooters, and give me some peanuts.
Good idea. Get the food because we don't know when we're going to be rescued. Good idea.
Yeah, food. That's all I'm looking for. As he's looking clink, 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 looking for bottles.
All right, Lamar, you know that the food cart's at the front of the plane. You know that's where the hospitality station is. So you actually step out the front of the airplane. Now, two things. One, there is no food cart. Two, if you desperately want what is on the food cart, you can buy yourself a lucky break, and all of you can do this, because some of you are like, well, what about my checked luggage that was in the hold? You can burn a resolve for a lucky break and say, well, lucky for me, I found X. Now, if you don't have a whole lot of resolve, you may want to save that for your checked luggage, or you may want to burn it now and find some Cokes and soft drinks and peanuts and little liquor bottles and all that. But the other thing that I will tell you, and one thing that may distract you, is you step out the front of the airplane where the cabin, or the bridge, I keep wanting to say bridge, on cockpit would be, and you spend a moment to look around. And this may short circuit your mind for a moment, but what you realize is that the sun is at about noon, and it's on your left, standing where the front of the airplane is. It's up that way. To your right is a series of mountain peaks that go as far as you can see in either direction, bordering or forming a barrier on the right-hand side of where you're standing, and they have snow caps on them. I do not know if Lamar would know this, but that means they have to be the tallest ones. You can see the mountains get taller and taller, and in the back are snow-capped mountains. Those are going to be 14,000 feet or taller to do that. And then you can see that you are in an alpine meadow of sorts. There's thick grass, masses of wild flowers. There's these what look to be moss-colored boulders scattered here and there. You can see what definitely seems to be something like bamboo and thick stands here and there. You can see a lot of these conifers, like I said, deep green, silvery blue, yellow gold, and you can hear water. There's water flowing somewhere here. And if you look around, basically you are in this semi-forested, semi-grassy area, and you can see scattered animals. Now, Lamar, why don't you hold that? I'll get back to you in a moment. You think about what's going on. I'm going to say, Carlos, you've been kind of quiet. You've been looking around. You've helped get Roland out. He is rattling on and on about Bermuda Triangle and Flight 19 and Mark Marietta and the Marine Sulphur Queen and Joshua Schlum and the Spray and a bunch of stuff that I have forgotten that would be really awesome if I could rattle off the top of my head that are all Bermuda famous. Oh, Cyclops, the USS Cyclops, all these disappearances and things and aircraft and such. And how it all has a basis, and the Bimini Road, which is a structure that he starts talking about, and Roland's like writing notes. What the heck is the Game Master talking about? Which is supposed to be found around Bermuda, and maybe evidence of ancient aliens and such. And sorry, Roland, I know what you're.
Oh, no, this is perfect. This is exactly what he would do, so keep going.
Sorry.
I am well aware he knows more about this than I do. I'm perfectly okay with that.
I can give you. Sorry, everybody. For a minute there, I thought vertigo was going to kick in. I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to sit back, and I'm. Okay. So he's going through all that, and you've got your luggage. You've got your phone. Lamar has stepped out of the front of the plane, and at the moment I'm going to say is just standing there, I don't know about shocked, but he's not saying anything and just looking around. And then the other two passengers have finished patching him up. We'll get to you in a moment. Edgar, what's your action now?
Edgar's listening sort of to the person speaking these crazy theories of stuff, and but he's like, okay, there's got to be like some first aid, some kind of thing by the wings, maybe, like where, like, so he's looking around to see if there was any kind of like emergency thing or flare guns or something, like little emergency package type thing or box or something.
Okay. So the same thing I told Lamar applies to you. Mm-hmm. First aid kits, I know they're there, but if you want a flare gun, you're going to need to do some digging. That might actually, I know that there's usually an inflatable, so if you have a resolve to spare, and you can declare lucky break. Hey, look what I found, and you can say, I've got a first aid kit, and look, I found the water land because this plane goes over water. I found the life raft. I found the equipment in it, and look, there's a flare gun. There's some water. I don't know. There's whatever would be in a survival pack.
I am going to spend a resolve to do that then.
All right. Hey, to be honest, I know other than the flare gun, you can maybe write down on your character sheet that you have like some water landing survival supplies that from the airplane. That would be like first aid kit. I know there's the tablets for turning salt water into drinkable water. There's probably like some reflective material, flare gun, we'll say 3 flares. And, I don't know, anything logical that you think is in there is going to be in there that you want to use. Freya and Ashlyn, you two you've patched up Roland, who has responded with a long dissertation as he digs through his bag and gets things and is trying to come to grips with all this about the Bermuda Triangle and aircraft and ships you've never heard of. And all sorts of stuff about disappearances, and the fact, I love that line, folktales have to start, or every myth starts somewhere. It's wonderful. I love that. And you can see the 2 other passengers have moved to either end of the airplane. Edgar is digging away at the emergency doors where the wings are located. He's pulling something off the wall, out of a case there. And if you look, Lamar is kind of just standing and looking around. What are you two up to?
Freya, having found her bag, pulls out her camera and her voice recorder, and she is going around talking into her voice recorder, taking pictures. Some of the seatbelts are still fastened, and just kind of dictating to herself what she sees and all of like the odd things, and occasionally stopping and taking pictures. She's taking pictures of each one of the survivors. She may take like 2 or 3 extra of Ashlyn because she looks cute, but the rest, everybody else gets a picture. I saw that look, Chris.
Right.
So that's what she's doing.
Ashlyn, you?
Ashlyn has put in her earbuds to drown out crazy conspiracy theorist guys' theories, and has turned on, I don't know what, I haven't decided her taste in music yet. And she's just sitting in whatever nearest seat and just like chewing on her thumb.
Ashlyn, you look out the window and you see something interesting, basically right outside. You see a couple of birds, and then it dawns on you, those aren't birds. They look to be like a mouse, but they're mice with sort of long tails, and they are walking like a wyvern, sort of like Benedict Cumberbatch in that, so that they have like wings. Their front legs are actually wings that are folded up, but they look very much like a mouse-ish type creature with a tail, and they're sort of all clustered around the debris on either side, apparently snatching up like little bugs and insects and other things that have been disturbed by the broken up ground and grass. And you can see them sort of occasionally flutter very quickly. So they look, imagine, but without the black skin, like a completely fuzzy bat mixed with a mouse. And you see about a half dozen of them all moving about and arguing with each other and grooming and snatching up, like one of them just all of a sudden has some greenish beetle insecty looking thing, and it starts nomming on it. And you see that right outside the window of the plane, and you can see the grass and all the same growth I've described in Lamar, but your attention is distracted by some animals that are unlike anything, whether like and unlike things that you've seen. I'll let you cogitate on that. Lamar, you're now standing out in front of the plane. If you want to spend that resolve, you'll find a cart laying there with whatever you want in it. If you're like, nah, I'm good, I'm going to save that, then no, there is no cart.
All right. Well, then, yeah, I'm going to save that. But do I see any of these weird animals running about?
What you see is, you see a number of animals moving about. Some of them, not sure how well Lamar knows animals. Some of them look, look like they have fur. They look like they have 4 legs. They kind of, they look like animals. They don't look anything all that strange. A couple of them have some brilliant coloration to them. A few have like feathery plumage. You see this incredibly brightly colored feathered thing land, and it's like, oh, that's a bird, but it kind of has a long tail and head and sort of a long skull. Kind of looks like something vaguely that you might have seen in a dinosaur book, like an early, bird, and it's actually moving around some of these green boulders. Once again, doing that sort of wyvern. I'm walking with my on my feet, but my wings also are helping me move. I'm like a bird that just hops, and it's sort of crawling around. It's not very big, and you can see some larger animals that you would say like, oh, those. I mean, everybody kind of know what a deer looks like, so kind of deer-sized. Some with antlers, but some of the antlers are kind of elaborate, and the coat is much shaggier. And they're kind of curiously looking at you from a distance because they're far enough away that you're part of the landscape. You haven't done anything. So yeah, there's wildlife around, and you realize you can hear it. And
okay, guys, there's some like weird aerodactyl, deer, shaggy antler like crazy shenanigans in here. Out here. Yeah, we're definitely very, very far away from Kansas. And then he is going to actually use a resolve to try to get under the plane to get to the luggage, the check to luggage.
All right. So I got good news for you. You can spend that resolve and find your checked luggage, but you don't have to get under the plane. There is an individual running behind the plane that is filled with all sorts of checked luggage, some of which is smashed beyond repair, crushed, or torn apart. But by spending a resolve, you kind of like are looking at the plane, and then you look out back and realize there's all this stuff sticking out of the grass, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, it looks like it tore open the bottom and dumped everything out. So you either go around or through the plane and out the back, and as you start working your way back, you see, because you spent a resolve for a lucky break, your checked luggage is sitting there among some stuff. They're sitting on top of it is this little mouse-like creature, and it spreads its upper arms, and it realizes it has like, bat wings, and it sees you and just flap, 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 and then flies off and lands and starts snuffling through the grass. But your luggage is sitting right there.
I like to think that as I see the thing sitting on my luggage, I would puff my chest out and flap my wings as a display of dominance, and I'd be like, "That's my stuff. Back off."
So yes, this little scavenger bird sees that and disappears away. Roland, you have now that I'm going to get back to you. You've finished your speechifying, and you begin to realize that everybody has moved away.
Yeah, he's kind of used to that. It's okay. They will come to understand his genius soon. He's been digging through his bag and has pulled out his compass.
I love you. No one has ever done that before. So you look at it, and and it's written. I actually thought of that. You look at it some more, and you're waiting for that needle to basically point toward magnetic north, and it just spins.
Aha! Vindication! And he's holding up the compass.
Okay.
Right, he's gonna start moving towards the back, trying to get a better view, see if there's something he can climb on. I have tons of resolve. I'm gonna spend one to make sure his checked luggage is available too.
You got it. And if you get up on top of the airplane and you're looking around, you see what I told Lamar. Do you have anything in your luggage that is going to help you see further?
Yes, a telescope, also a sextant, and some other material used for cartography.
All right.
He's an explorer. Of course he's got that kind of stuff.
All right. So what I'm going to ask you to do is give me a perception roll. Now, for a quick note, what a telescope does is not necessarily give you an increased perception, but it eliminates range modifiers for distance. You can see pretty up. PMP has close, near, basically has hand-to-hand, close, distant, extreme. You can pretty much see out pretty far around distant, which is significantly far. So I would like to ask you to give me a perception roll.
Two.
All right. So you are first of all, the wings are not complete, but you can get up onto the wing and sort of climb up onto the top of the airplane. And you're standing there, and you have the same thing. There's the mountains behind you. The sun is roughly around noon in front of you. The plane, if you look to where the nose of the plane is, you can see, and the tail, you can see the either end. So standing with the sun in front of you, the mountains are behind you. And then you look, and you can see that this meadow and trees and grass and everything just goes on and on and on and on. And every time that you focus on something, you get the impression that if you had a little bit better magnification, there's something like just further beyond that.
Okay, so Roland's gonna climb down from the plane, and he's like, okay, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is I didn't see any large predators. At least I don't think I saw any large predators. The bad news is I didn't see any signs of life either, other than animals.
I mean, and he's just gonna leave it at that as he's gathering his stuff.
I'm gonna circle back around to Edgar. What's Edgar up to?
So Edgar is very meticulously trying to get all of the stuff out of that first aid kit and out of the thing, and like organizing it in a bag, like very meticulously, like checking everything, going over it, making sure it's not damaged, and then putting it in very carefully. And he's like carefully packing, like almost obsessively, just carefully packing everything that he could possibly find. That's what he's doing now, kind of ignoring everything else at the moment, just doing that.
Okay. Since you two are kind of together, well, maybe not. So I'm gonna Freya.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, that's not me.
You can be Freya if you want. I don't mind.
You were taking pictures. You were sort of narrating what's going on. You can see one of your fellow survivors now has broken open an airplane emergency kit and is carefully packing that into a piece of luggage, checking everything twice. You heard the good news, bad news. You can hear Roland talking to Lamar, and Ashlyn, I don't know if you're fascinated or not, but I'm going to say you can see Ashlyn looking out the window at something.
She's sketching.
Sketching? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm still just kind of alternating between taking pictures of things that I think might be important later, and talking in my recorder. And when I see Edgar with I'm gonna point at him and just, I'm sorry, who are you? What's your name?
And he's gonna keep on doing it and look up, but not stopping. Edgar, and he's just gonna keep right back on doing it.
Okay. In my recorder, I'm gonna say the survivor Edgar has found, and then I'm just gonna kind of like everything I see fall. I'm gonna just relay into my recorder, so that way I know what we have and who has it. And every time Roland starts one of his rants, I just kind of roll my eyes a little.
Ashlyn, you were sketching the little animals?
Yes. And
right.
once she gets like a quick sketch of one, she's actually going to like exit the plane, and she's gonna try and get as close to one as possible. Like a handful of, let's say like a beef jerky, dried meats, because she's watching the meat bugs. so they're at least eat meat. So
we don't have an animal handling skill. You can but you know what? I'm gonna say this is more naturalist than charm. Charm is really good for other people. Naturalist, though, I'm gonna say that can be your animal handling right now. So why don't you give me a naturalist to see if you can get one to come up to you? Are you? Did you say you were like trying to tempt it with some food?
Yeah, like some beef jerky.
Okay.
Since she's watched it eat a bug, she knows they eat meat at least. So.
Okay.
3d6. That's 6 successes. I got 3 6s on those dice.
So 6 successes pushes you very close to superhuman. Basically, what that means is that okay, I would say this: if I had said the target number to try to entice. I call these scavenger birds. Scavenger bird is a broad term for a number of little creatures like this that you will see. If I said it was a 2, because if you hold meat out to it, it's going to be interested. You have succeeded my target number by 4. You have complete control of the narrative. So you hold out some jerky. What happens when a basically wyvern walking, I think everybody who's seen The Hobbit or fantasy games know what I mean, mouse with a long kind of fluffy rudder tail and furred bat wings is enticed over, what happens?
Well, I think it, you know, at first they're kind of skittish, but then one of them just kind of like takes that really especially long leap and lands. Like, how big are these things that use at rat? So I mean,
they're about the size of a mouse.
Yeah. So I picture it leaps and like lands on her hand before taking up the piece of meat, and then it just stands there on the palm of her hand as it nibbles.
So yeah, you have a friend who is just sitting there, basically nibble, 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 chew, 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 nibble, 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 chew, chew, chew. And yeah, you with 6 successes, you can certainly give it pets. If you decide that you really, really want a tiny little pet sidekick, that can happen.
I do. She's missing her cat at home.
Alright, she is now a Pokemon trainer. I'm all right.
So the body's about this big. So the wings are about this big. It is all covered with a fine layer of fur. It is probably pale along the stomach, darkish brown along the back, or maybe an inch, so it kind of blends in. And the tail is mouse-like, it's furred, but it's kind of feathery out there. You probably think that helps for rudder and steering. They fly, but they more use them for extremely long jumps and hops and getting around. They're not. If you watch them long enough, you're like, yeah, these are not super great flyers, but it makes it really easy for them to bounce around and escape. They fly like flying fish, and more than that, it's a great movement tool, but not necessarily a long-term transportation.
Like a flying squirrel.
It's better than a flying squirrel, because a flying squirrel can just glide. These little scavenger birds can actually climb and turn and bank. And such, but yeah, it's
like a sugar glider.
It's one step above sugar gliders and flying squirrels, but one step below a true bird or a bat. They're getting there.
Corn syrup, like a glider, I guess. If that's one step above sugar.
I missed what you said.
It was a bad joke. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
He said it's a high fructose corn syrup glider.
Oh God, I don't want one of those. Lamar, last we left you, you had gotten your bat. You had scared off a little. You had successfully bluffed a little scavenger bird to get off your luggage, which is it's disappeared into the grass with a little peep. You found your checked luggage, which has all your good stuff in it. And you were looking around, like I said, and it's cool. It is not the temperature you would expect in Bermuda. It's probably in the 70s, and the sky is very clear. And like I said, the sun is moving slowly. I mean, it's moving, at a normal rate. It's not like it's at any high rate of speed, but it seems to be around noon or maybe a little after.
Hey, smart guy, what's your name? I'm Lamar.
Hi. Roland Morris, PhD.
Oh, all right. What's up, Doc? As he's saying this, he's going to be opening up his bag and like looking around at the weird surroundings. He's like, "Are you comfortable with sharp objects?"
Yeah.
He's going to open up his bag, and in his bag he has 2 swords and a bokken, and he is going to pass one sword to Roland, and is like, just in case one of these Pokemon get frisky. Like you know how to use it, point the sharp side towards the enemy.
I mean, I use these all the time to cut back bush, so yeah, I guess.
Fantastic. Well, then you know what's up. And so he's going to start going through his bag, and you said it's cooler, so he's going to stuff his chopper bag with like hoodies and stuff, like hoodies, longer sleeve shirts. Like he's going to take a cloak and a mask, and he's going to stuff it in the bag just in case. And then he is going to grab the bokken, and he's going to start walking back towards the ship, because now he's starting to get like really nervous now that like animals are just that's weird, dude. Like as he's watching Ageling like pet the Pokemon over there. It's like, I'm certain one of these things is going to be poison or grow like 15 mouths and tentacles and whatnot. I've seen way too many anime for this to go smooth.
All right.
I just realized this fits Ashlyn perfectly, because she like volunteers at veterinarian clinics in her like free time. So she's big with animals.
All right. So Roland, in case you need to use this sword, let me see here. All right. So just for a quick explanation, Roland, in case the player doesn't know, that sword is +2 die melee, which adds to your might. So if for some reason you need to fight a Pokemon, you would roll your might +2 dice, and if you attacked back, you would roll your might +2 dice, because that would probably be your best defense, which would be the active defense of having a sword. You say now there are no weapon familiarities in this game. This isn't Champion, so there's no like, oh, you've never used it, but hey, you said you've cut brush with a machete. That's close enough. And we are going to presume that because these actually give you +2 dice, these are actual swords. These are actual katana. So they're not the stuff that you buy in a mall that would shatter the moment you hit anything other than like a wet piece of paper. I actually have at least one working katana that I've chopped water bottles and watermelons in half with. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, it's a blast. I have like 8 of them back here.
So Roland, you now have a sword. Carlos, you're still stacking your bag. Are you done with that? Anything else you want to do?
So I think he's done with that. He's stacking his bag, and he's trying to, throw out what he might not need, and he's kind of starting to look around now and seeing these strange animals. And he's like, are those bats? And he
kind of.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Any other action?
Yeah, he sees that the luggage has been strewed out back there, so he goes to the back and starts looking around for his luggage, which is not there. So he's looking around at all the luggage, trying to find his stuff, and there's and he seems kind of frantic, but that's what he's doing.
So if you don't, as noted, if you want to find it, resolve. If not, you can just grumble about your luggage missing all this time for some time.
That's what he's doing.
Okay. I'm gonna say I'm going to advance the time scale a little bit. Eventually, and if anybody else, like I said, wants to find very specific luggage, you can, or other items, but there's going to come a point where the sun, it's been maybe an hour or so, and the 5 of you are now gathered in where the front of the plane used to be. I'm not trying to force this. I just say let's presume a lot of you guys get some stuff together, and now the 5 of you are gathered in front of the airplane with the question of, well, it's been pointed out, lots of wildlife, no sign of habitation yet. All of you can now see there's a mountain. There's an impossible Bermuda mountain range over there. The land extends on the other side out. And there's a gentle slope. You seem to be very high up in the foothills of wherever you are, and the ground, goes out in a broad swath. It's pretty obvious to all of you by now. This is not Bermuda. Bermuda does not have snow-capped mountains, and if anybody is like, I live near the Rockies, and I can visualize this. Basically, if you look at the mountain, yes, I'm pretending that the front of the plane is behind me. So if you look at the mountains, it just goes on to either side, and you can see lower and taller, and there's just this wall, kind of like the Rocky Mountains is sort of a long north to south line. If you're ever in Colorado, it's so prevalent that I was taught when I first got out here. I was taught to tell direction that way. If the mountains are on my driver's side, I'm heading north. If they're on my passenger side, I'm heading south. If I can see them in my windshield, I'm east, and if I see them in my rearview mirror, I'm heading west. Believe it or not, that's actually really useful because Colorado is really flat, and most of the streets in Denver are on a grid. But that's the impression you get, that it goes on. And then if you look the other way, if anybody else wants to borrow his telescope, you would make a per roll. But anybody with any like binoculars or even a high-end camera with a zoom, if you try to take a look going out that way, away from the mountains, let me know and make a per roll, and I will tell you if you get any more of a sense of scale from that.
Freya would use her camera lens to take long range pictures.
So give me a perception roll, please.
Oh. I got 1 success.
Hmm?
1 success.
One success. You're taking some beautiful pictures. You can see, you focus in on a few animals. They kind of look like deer. They kind of look like antelope. The horns are wrong. The coloration's a bit off. You think one of them has 6 legs.
That's odd. I pull up my recorder and mention that.
Yeah, not like a mutant 6 legs. You're like, no, that thing's walking around kind of a slightly slinky style of movement, like it's supposed to have that many legs. And some of them, you had heard Lamar talk about like antlers and feathery, and you get some of that. It's like, that's very shaggy looking. I don't know if that's fur or furry feathers. There's a big, something rumbling moving along that looks very big and massive and fuzzy, and such. You also see something. The one. Okay, for all you ADD people at home, I'm going to take a breath. The per roll was because I have a little like response chart, but having a telephoto and taking pictures, I'm going to throw some things in there. One of the things you notice is a weird creature that looks like a horse, but its front legs are really long and it's knuckle walking. You know what that means? It's basically walking on its feet like this, and its back legs are kind of short, so it has like a really sloped back and a neck. It looks kind of like somebody took a horse and a camel, and you're not sure, but it moves like a chimp, and occasionally it'll put these huge claws in its front legs into a tree and pull itself up almost, and then start stripping leaves. And it's not like anything you've seen. And you want to?
Yeah. At this, Lamar is going to like elbow Roland, and he's going to point at it, and he's like, that shit.
Well, oh, yeah. I'll say there's one close enough. She's still looking at stuff pretty far away, but yeah. Anybody else a long range look with anything other? You can take it to the round with your telescope if you want.
before we go looking around, Roland is going to, because he's used to this kind of thing, take stock of making sure what supplies everybody has. Because if people are missing like a change of clothing, or more, don't have enough, I'm willing to spend some resolve to have him go digging through luggage to find clothes that fits.
Well, I'll say this: I'm not going to have you. I mean, I know you have a ton, I believe, yeah, because you're everybody's best friend. You start with like 6, but you spent 1 resolve for a lucky break. I'm going to let it be pretty broad. So not only do you find your luggage, and you don't really need to spend a resolve for this. There is enough luggage in the plane that you can find stuff that'll reasonably fit everybody else if everybody else wants a change of clothing.
All right, cool.
And a lot of it is sort of summer themed, but you can wear layers.
Yeah, the whole point is he's like, all right, cool. There's just the 5 of us. We need to make sure we're prepared. He's got travel clothes and that kind of stuff packed. So, since they have a direction to go, they don't have a direction to go yet. He is gonna try and take a look around again to see if he can find signs of civilization away, like standing away from the trees.
Right. So quick note. Once again, you have a ton of resolve. What's your perception right now?
2.
You can do 3. You can do several things with those resolve. First of all, I can say, sure, make another roll. You can spend some resolve to add some dice at the outset, or if you don't like the resolve you get, you can spend a resolve to re-roll. If you spend a resolve to add a die and then decide to re-roll, you get the die that you added. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I guess I'll spend a resolve to add a die. That's fine.
All right, so what you're going to do now is roll 4 dice instead of 3.
I got 2 successes.
Same thing. Nothing different from the first time you looked. However, I will throw you this because you have a pretty good head for exploration and so on. There's water. There is a stream pretty close by that is running almost like a right angle away from the plane. But it's heading down, flowing down and away from you. And there's one thing that based on your academics, is that if you're the best place to find any settlement is on water. I mean, waterways since ancient times have been trade routes, have been transportation routes, provide irrigation, provide drinking water. The best bet would be to follow water. The only reason why it didn't work in the Blair Witch Project was because the land didn't want them to get out, so they looped back on themselves. But yes, if they had followed that creek, they would have eventually gotten somewhere that wasn't the forest. And so if we follow this water course here, we should eventually come to something resembling habitation.
Yeah, then he's going to look at the group and go, well, away from the trees, I didn't get a better look, but if what I remember is true, we should probably just follow the creek, which is over there. Should lead us to civilization eventually.
I mean, that sounds good in theory.
Ashlyn pulls a book out of her bag. If I can find it. It's How to Stay Alive in the Woods.
I like how it's got bookmarks in it.
It does. Hers has far more than this, and she's written notes in the margins on certain pages.
Ashlyn, you didn't really bring that, did you? We're supposed to be on vacation.
I brought it.
I mean, it's gonna come in handy.
It's a good vacation. Edgar's gonna see your swords. The both of you are carrying swords now. Is that obvious? Or are you hiding it, or is it obvious there?
I'm not hiding it at all. I actually have a sword holder, a sword frog that attaches to my belt, and I put that on the belt that I'm currently wearing, and I have a sword in there. And actually, I do.
Roland would have asked for it.
I already gave it to you, Roland.
Oh no, the thing to hold it onto his belt.
Oh yeah, that yeah. I have 2 of those that work.
Yeah, yeah. So he'd be using.
Okay.
He'd be carrying a sword too.
I have a wooden one here that I practice with. Here, you can grab that, and then I also have Kendo training equipment. So like I have a bogu, which is impact armor, essentially. If someone else wants to wear that's cool, because I'm pretty sure one of these trees or these Pokemon or a meteor is going to fall out of the sky or something is going to come fuck us up. This is, I can't believe it was so far away from me, Bruno. And he's like going to start like tearing up a little.
I think that's the perfect lead-in. So he says something's going to come and mess with us, and you hear this grunting noise from the back where the debris field is, this sort of deep and all of you look and you see this massive, we're talking the size of a really large pig or boar, and it is wide-bodied, and it's got squat legs that it holds out so that it almost, the upper limbs are almost like a right angle and another right angle, and it's coming in like this, and you can sort of tell it has like a little short tail, thick stubby tail, and it's covered with with like this dense grayish mottled fur, but it's very short, and it opens its mouth because it's got a blunt head, but when it opens its mouth, it's just got a crazy assortment of teeth, not necessarily pointed, but it starts wrenching up like roots and broken branches and like pieces of bamboo and it looks at all of you, and it sees all of you. Now it's some distance away. You guys are here. It's at the other end of the plane, but it kind of sees you clustered around, and it sort of shutters itself down, and you can chest expands slightly, and it gives this sort of loud and then starts ripping more vegetation that's all been broken up from where the plane landed. And you can sort of see behind it as it's doing this, Ashlyn, because especially you're very aware of these little scavenger birds. There's a bunch of them hopping behind it. Like every time it rips something up, they're like, ooh, you exposed something we want. And they're sort of moving. And some of them are actually sitting on it, like picking at its back.
I think we should go.
You got to tell me twice.
Freya picks up her camera and starts taking pictures.
It says, I think we should listen to the LARPers.
Roland like looks aghast at that. He's like, I am a researcher, thank you very much.
Me bringing a survival guide seems a lot more sane than bringing swords. I'm just saying.
It's not my sword, it's his sword, but I'm going to use it if I need it. He actually pulls out the phone that's in the industrial case and takes pictures of the giant thing too, and then like starts leaving.
Give me a naturalist there, Roland.
Naturalist?
Yes.
A naturalist is terrible.
Oh, that's right. That's not your real science. Your science is just... Well, okay. Let's be fair.
I was going to say, I'm willing to burn another resolve to get an extra dice on this one.
No. Let's be fair. Why don't you roll your academics? Because this is a little more academic. Naturalist is more, can you survive in the woods? And a little bit of dealing with animals, but this is a little more academics. Now, quick note, you have a speciality, so you roll those 3 dice because of your speciality, and if you really, really want to, you can explode 6s.
Why not? Let's try it.
Okay. Now, all of you have a special... Excuse me?
Doesn't do me any good, Dudley. I got 1.
You got 1. It vaguely reminds you of some pictures. I mean, it's not the same thing. You're not sure if it's the same thing, but the body shape and the way it's moving kind of reminds you of some stuff that you've seen back where in the paleontology department of like a proto-mammal or a synapsid. You know, it's something that is certainly extinct on Earth, anyways.
I might have a book that has something that looks like that on my tablet, but we should go. Like he's taken a picture of it, and he can cross-reference it with the many, many books that are stored on his tablet.
Is that the general consensus? You're all going to start moving?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
So the one thing that you will notice is that the water is very clear. It's cold. There's a lot of thick plants around it. If you look into it, you'll see little creatures scatter out of the way, small fishes and amphibian-like animals and so on. But if anybody decides to try it, it tastes very clean. It's a little cold. Your teeth will ache slightly. You can fill up. No need for resolve. You can have found any number of water bottles or other items or things that were empty to begin with, because you can't take in anything that has liquid, but you can have an empty water bottle in there, so you can fill up water. If you're paranoid enough, Carlos is like, well, I've got the purification tablets.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ashlyn also has some halazone tablets.
There you go. As you follow the water, you notice that most of you have probably never been anywhere where there's a lot of animals, and these days there's not. It's harder and harder to find places where the population is like this. But you notice this meadow, and as you move along the water, it's swarming, not in huge numbers, but much more common than you might expect. You can see bird-like creatures and small mammals and feathered bat-winged things, these scavenger birds flitting about. You can see some of these larger four-legged creatures. You occasionally hear noises and crunching from stands of bamboo or others where you don't see something, you just know there's something moving out there. As you follow the water, it gets a little bit broader, starts to move out a bit. It still can be hopped across. It's not really wide. It's stream or creek width, and you start to see more herds of animals in the distance, things with four legs and grazing, built for grazing, some of which have horns or antlers. You also occasionally see some animals vaguely canine or feline-ish looking, but that sort of low, lower to the ground, built for speed as opposed for power type creatures. They ignore you. Maybe some of them look at you, like pop their heads up and are like, nope. And you see some of them sort of trailing behind the herbivores. You suspect they're predators. And you are together. If you have your swords out, that's fine. If you have your cameras out, that's fine. Anybody with cameras is getting all sorts of interesting pictures. You notice that the animals tend to have what you would consider normal coloration. Maybe they're striped, maybe they're spotted, but they, browns and grays and black and such like that. And every now and then you might see something that's a little bit more dynamically colored and such. Like at least one of the predator creatures, which you figured has to be a predator because of the way it's moving, is kind of very dark, like a blue-black, with a lot of flowing of hair, but also what looks like feathery parts. Robert, with your PhD, you realize this makes it, what it does actually is it helps break it up. You think that in this case it makes it hard to tell exactly where it is or what it's doing, especially if it gets into cover. It breaks up its outline. Interesting. Not anything that there's nothing on Earth that that looks like, at least on land. There's some water creatures that kind of look like that, but they tend to use it to hide. But you see something moving around. You see some of these knuckle-walking creatures that have have a very sharp slope to their back, and they ignore you. Most things ignore you. Sometimes they'll watch, sometimes they'll move away. Other than this little mouse creature that is now sitting on Ashlyn's shoulder or maybe in her hair, you have to deal, like, it's preening your scalp unsuccessfully, looking for anything, but hey, it's trying to help you out. You can eventually name this and such, but yeah, she seems to have made friends, and this one's sticking with her. Every now and then, if you feed it a tidbit, it's like, oh yeah, I have now found a continuous source of food in a warm place. I am content.
And she does some experimenting to see what it'll eat, because she's got some granola bars, she's got some like trail mix. So like, is it strictly carnivorous? Does it eat grains? What does it like?
It will eat just about anything you put in front of it.
Oh, good.
As you will eventually learn, there's a good reason why these are called scavenger birds.
Makes sense.
So who is leading the parade? Is somebody out in front?
Lamar will step out in front.
All right. So Lamar, after a bit, as you travel pretty much toward where the noon sun was, and it's now starting to move from your angle to the left, you come across something interesting over to one side of the stream. There is a furrow. It's kind of deep and wide, and it runs in a straight line, and it runs over that way to a mound, and there's something in that mound that glitters like metal or plastic or glass, and that furrow is much too straight to be natural, but it isn't fresh, unlike the debris field behind the plane, which was all broken growth and damaged and flattened grass and debris. This has actually is starting to fill in with plant growth, but it runs, and over to your right you can see it ends at a pile or something is over there, and the sun is hitting it. That is definitely not wood. It's not water. You think it's glinting off glass and metal.
Lamar is going to take a step that way, and he's going to like kneel down and like get a handful of earth, and then toss it into the air like it does something. He has no idea what the hell he's doing. He is just mimicking things he's seen in shows and movies, and he's like, I think there's something over there.
What even was the point of that?
I mean, that's what you do when you come to a new terrain, right? You got to stick your hands in it, right?
No.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Right.
I have seen the world.
Right.
I mean, there's been civilization in a lot of the world, yes. He says he did it. But yeah, but be that as it may, there's something shiny over there, and he's gonna start walking towards the shininess.
So he points this out. The rest of you see this furrow. The rest of you see what looks to be a object at the end of the furrow. The sun is glinting off of it with the sort of reflection that reminds you of metal or glass being reflected. It's not water, mainly because if you look, it's like, well, no, that's, water would be down in the ground, and this is up above it. It has some straight lines. You are pretty obvious it's something man-made, or actually I should say something made. It's not a pile of rocks. It's not a plant. It's not a dead animal. It's something manufactured over there.
Yeah. Let's go take a look.
We might as well.
Oh, it's a sign of civilization of some kind.
Exactly.
When you get closer, what it is, well, could be a car, could be a plane, maybe both. If any of your characters are science fiction fans and have watched any of specifically the Blade Runner movies, either the original or 2049, you would be like, it kind of looks like that. It is a vehicle. It's crunched up into the ground, so the front of it, the hood and the front is all smashed. But there's a windshield. There's a hatchback with a long window. There's side windows and there's doors, and one of which is kind of jammed or broken open slightly. There is you were kind of surprised that there is a plate, an ID plate on what would be what looks like a bumper, that reads in English, Hart Jr., H-A-R-T space J-R, and up to one side there is what you would see as a maker model plate that reads Vector. sort of the same place where it might say fit if you had my car or Camaro or such. The vehicle is darkish in color, so it's sort of like a gunmetal gray with tinted windows, but still enough to get the light off of it. And it does have tires, which seem to oddly have been retracted. And it does look like it hit the ground and slid, smashing the front of it up. And it's at a slight angle, and has sort of encased itself into the ground. And it seems to have been here a while. You know what? I'm going to go around clockwise. We'll start with... I wrote it down phonetically. Ashlyn. You were looking at this wrecked vehicle that doesn't look like anything you've ever seen outside of a movie.
Well, I hope whoever was in it made it out. Is the door reachable as it's half buried?
Okay, what was that?
Is the door reachable?
Yes. The driver's side, the passenger door is up a bit. Driver's side door is actually kind of crunched open and reachable.
You're just gonna kind of try and get a peek inside.
Give me a pro roll.
Ashley, be careful.
What's my perception? Ooh, 4. Mm, 3.
All right. You walk over and you don't get close. You angle your head to look in at the drawer the driver's side is, and it is on the left. So it's a left-hand drive. You can see there's a skeleton. There's bones and such encased in some rotted pieces, but amazingly enough, the torso has a jacket on that does not appear to have suffered the passage of time. We'll leave you with that. Roland, what do you do? What's your action with this wreck?
Okay. He's obviously taking pictures of it, but he's gonna take a look and see if there's a trunk space and try to open the trunk space.
Give me a might roll.
Okay.
If anybody wants to assist him. Anybody?
Sure, I'll assist.
All right. So what I want you to do is make Lamar. Give me a might roll. Don't roll yet, Roland. Or if you have, don't tell me anything.
2.
Add 1 die, Roland, to your might roll.
Yeah. 0.
0? Do you wish to re-roll that?
I might as well, because I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 3. And I've been counting those as nothing.
Okay. You have a lot of resolve.
I'm at 3 now.
Okay. Everybody give yourself a resolve for some wonderful role play.
4 this time.
All right, that's good. The two of you, Lamar, you and with a little bit of work, I will say, no, he's used it before. For a moment there, you were afraid he was going to jam your sword in there as a lever, and Lamar almost panics. And he's like, oh, and he's like, no, he's putting it down to one side. But the two of you work at it. It actually, what it is, it turns out the impact had basically popped it. All you have to do is lever it up. And what you see is that you're looking into the back of the vehicle. There's a big flat space. You can open it up. There's a little bit of cargo space, but there's nothing really in there right there. But there you can see there's like a little tiny space, 2 seats. You can also sort of see that there's a skeleton. But what's interesting is there's a sack. There's a sack laying in the back of when you pull the trunk up, and it is made of something that is not. It's made of a synthetic material. It's a drawstring bag, and written on it is Caravan of Fortune, which looks just the way it's all written. You're pretty positive if anybody's been to Vegas, this is something from a casino, and if you pick it up, it's got something in it. I will leave you at that. Freya, actually, hold on, Lamar. Let's say, do you pick it up while he levers? So I don't want to skip you. And you see the bag. If you pick it up, it's got.
Oh yeah, I definitely pick it up. Without a dibs, he says as he reaches into the trunk.
Hey, this was my idea.
It was, but I have the bag.
So when you pick it up, it clinks like there's coins in it.
Word? We're rich. Oh, so I'm going to open it up. Does it actually have coins?
What it has is, you figure about 30, maybe 32 casino chip-sized discs in copper, silver, and gold that read Caravan of Fortune Casino, and then Angelus is written on them. And I'll put this in the chat just so you can see how it's spelled.
He's going to bite down on one of the gold coins because he's seen everybody else do that before. And
these are not real gold. If they were real gold, that would work. These are some sort of...
Are they chocolate coins? Because that'd be even better.
They're not chocolate coins. They are some sort of metal alloy. Lamar may not know this. I can tell you from my collection that some casinos do use metal coins or casino chips. These seem to be casino chips in these various colors, and when you bite into it, they're not soft enough that you can bite into it and get teeth marks like you would if it was gold.
I mean, this is fake. All right.
Freya.
Yes. Freya is taking pictures as she follows Ashlyn to the car. And I want to peer in and kind of take pictures of the inside of the car. Do I notice anything? I'm probably looking through the back seat, I guess.
Well, the two of them are in the back, or at the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
You could maybe look in through the passenger side. You'd have to kind of get up a little bit, or you could come around to Ashlyn's side and look in through the driver's.
Okay, I would go on Ashlyn's side and look in through the driver's side.
You don't need to make a roll for this because when you go to take a picture, there is a body or a skeleton, mostly bone, sort of sitting in the seat. It is actually, the belt is still there. The vehicle is full of dust and debris. There's leaves and twigs and probably grass and junk and maybe even some little nests. The coat, the jacket it's wearing, interesting enough, is pristine. Does not seem to have rotted away unlike a lot of the rest of it. And it's just sort of laying there in behind. You can tell that there's a dash and there's some sort of control yoke. There's only one other seat. If anybody's ever seen a sports car, it's got that two-seat layout, and that's a joke. There's no way you're putting a third cargo back there. The glass is cracked a bit. The frame is all bent. It looked like it hit the ground pretty hard. And most everything else, like if the body was wearing anything under this coat or trousers or anything else, and a lot of this is starting to slowly decay. But you also really think that a lot of it is some sort of synthetic material, which is why it has not rotted yet. So maybe he was wearing natural fibers, and the rest of it is not, and so that's why it's still in reasonable condition, even though it's been exposed.
Okay.
Carlos.
So Edgar is...
Sorry, Edgar.
Yeah, he's kind of fussing before because he was trying to carry like a lot of stuff that he had scavenged, but it was all too heavy, so he didn't get to carry it all. So he's got the important stuff in a backpack. He's kind of fussing about that while he was walking through. But there's a dead body here, and that is strange. So we can look on the passenger side where the other folks are, and look at that dead body also, like that skeleton. Like, is that a person skeleton? Is it a car accident? What happened here?
Okay. So you basically get over onto the passenger side. You level yourself up and you look in. It is as far as you can tell, that's a human skeleton. I mean, there's nothing about it.
Like crash, broken bone, like they're dead. Like obviously, what happened? Anything?
Well, give me a medicine roll.
Okay, medicine.
Or healing. I'm sorry. Give me a healing roll.
Got it. Okay. I was like, I don't take medicine.
Sorry.
I got 2 successes.
All right. For anybody who's played at home or has PMP or will, I changed a couple of the what's called talents or skills, to make them fit better the setting. So if I ever say medicine, I mean healing. 2 successes. Okay. So, I never really thought about this, but what you notice is that where the skull is, there's like a divot or crack or sort of a dish, and you can look at the windshield and there's a starred spot. He had a seatbelt on, but you think slamming into the ground snapped him into the windshield pretty hard, and that's probably what did him in.
And Edgar's looking up, he's like, was this car flying?
I will say, based on just the way it looks, and the way you think it was flying.
Yeah, he is all astonishment.
Damn DeLorean or something? He's gonna say out loud.
I mean, I think it's called a vector, which I would assume means it can fly.
Why are all of your references like 50 years old?
Hey, I'm a man of culture.
Because
okay?
they're nerds, Ashlyn. They're nerds.
What's wrong with being an intellectual?
Right? He's gonna hold up a fist to roll it like.
The fact that you say being an intellectual tells me everything I need to know. No offense.
I mean, it's kind of hard to say that and not take offense, right?
I meant offense.
It's okay. I've heard naysayers before. My field of study will prove that magic is real eventually. And he's actually not going to leave Lamar hanging. He's going to fist bump him, and then,
Respect. He's going to give that slow nod.
I'm sorry, did you say magic?
Yes.
And intellectual in the same sentence?
Yes. All myths started somewhere.
Yet fears from early humans. Fears of the unknown. Fears of the dark. Now we have science.
Hey lady, I'm just going to go ahead and point out that you have a Pokemon chilling in your hair right now. Let's not get too hasty about what's real and what's not.
Edgar's still looking at the body. Are the clothes, like you said, he was wearing something that was like in really good shape right now, right?
He's wearing there's a jacket on the torso that is not decayed.
Are these like, is this like American fashion? Like, does it look like clothes that we would see normally traveling with other people?
No. The fashion, I mean, it's obviously a jacket. It has the same design as a jacket, but some of it is not what you would consider contemporary fashion, but it's also not what you consider retro. It does, whatever it is, it's not something that you would see it's not every day. It looks different.
So he's gonna say, someone help me take this off. We can see what tags this has on it. What's going on here? What is this made out of? And he's a little bit flustered, a little bit fussy, dead body handling, asking someone to help him take off the jacket there.
Well, you can probably crawl in through the back. We managed to lever the trunk open.
Ashlyn steps back.
Edgar, give yourself a resolve, because you just asked 3 questions that I actually have specifically written out answers to, and I think it's lovely that just like that you're going to get some info. I mean, I'm like going, holy crap, yeah, wow, okay. So I say a few moments later, Edgar gets in there, and you reach over and you grab the collar. As you pull, basically the skeleton is blah, 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 and you can sort of shake, and everybody, and I can see several people all like, yeah, I'm just gonna wait over here, and you shake. The interesting thing is that like dust, and like, it's not stained. You can shake it, and dust comes off it pretty easily, and you pull it out, and you can sort of undo some fasteners. It takes you a few minutes to realize, and you open it up, and in the place that you expect, which is basically right here. Oh, that's totally fine. Right here at the back of the collar, you see two things. First of all, you see the words Arasaka Corporation. I'll drop that into the chat. And below that, you see the words 100% BioSilk.
Wasn't Arasaka in that cyberpunk game?
It was.
I'm scared to ask that too.
Did you play that game?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I didn't think that you were, intellectual enough to enjoy games like that.
It's a video game.
Also, Carlo, Edgar, as you examine the jacket, there is an inner pocket with a case, and if you open the case, there are a number of cards in there. What you're very obvious are like identification, credit, and.
That's what I was going to look for next, is to see if he had a wallet on him somewhere on that. All right, excellent.
He does. He has this very thin, like armored composite pop-open case, and when you do, there's a fan of cards. Some of them are transparent. Some of them are, colored. They don't have magnetic strips that you can see. Some of them, like transparent ones, obviously have like circuitry in them. And one of them that you pull out, because you said all this, is it is issued to, it looks to be an identification card or maybe a driver's license or both, or an all-purpose ID card. But the relevant information is it says it's Michael Hart Jr., whose birth date is 2093. The card was issued 2111, and the card was issued by the city-state of Angeles.
I'm going to share this information. Take a look at this. He's going to hold up the card. Explain this.
Freya immediately starts taking pictures of it.
Angelus kind of matches up what's on the poker chips, right?
Yes.
Actually, Roland, because he only had a chance to really look at one, he's turning to Lamar.
Yeah, he still has a chip in his finger. He's gonna like twirl it through, and he's gonna look at it, and it's like, yep, Angelus is what it says.
Huh.
Okay, you asked to explain it. Obviously we can't, but we've obviously traveled through space at the very least, so why couldn't this have traveled through time as well?
Fascinating.
Or maybe we did.
This is...
Oh, hold on a second. This is not just through time. We're in a whole different... We have cyberpunk. We have cyberpunk IP chilling right in front of us. What is going on?
Well, to be fair, Arasaka is a Japanese name, so it's not necessarily just from the video game.
Ashlyn, you can't actually be buying into this.
You didn't make it to that part in Cyberpunk where, like, Angelus is like a company?
Wait, what?
I guess not?
You're not actually believing this. Come on, people. This isn't real. This has to be planted or something.
I'm still kind of hoping that I wake up.
Nobody's paying attention to Roland. He has dug into his bag and is actually like pulled out a notebook and is like frantically writing into it. Okay. If anybody actually pays attention, he's talking about the potential of the wormhole theory being correct and that he needs to consult a quantum physicist, and whether or not there were any theories of time travel and or dimensional travel from local myths within Bermuda. And then he's just gonna kind of like vaguely wander off from the group while he does this, like he's not even paying attention, and he's gonna start like kind of pacing in a circle.
Are you saying this is literally from a video game though? Like you're not. This isn't like a video game. You're saying this is from a video game.
I don't recognize the style of car. That video game didn't have like flying cars.
Okay, just making sure.
I mean, it had like VTOLs and that, but not flying like personal vehicles.
This isn't a video game, people. This is not what's going on. Something else is happening here.
Oh, no, this definitely isn't a video game. What we're looking at is potentially dimensional travel, possibly to an alternate Earth. Comic books cover the multiverse theory in many ways, and it's usually grounded in quantum science and quantum physics. There's so many different things and he just kind of trails off and like goes into the wandering again.
Okay, I'm done talking to you. Ashley, come on. You know this is not real. Come on, there has to be a better... there is an explanation for this. It cannot be science fiction or magic. That's ridiculous.
I think the explanation might be just like a shared delusion, or like maybe plane crashed and we're all dead, or comas, or...
Thank you.
I'm just gonna wake up and this is all gonna be a dream.
There's if you're talking about that, then we're having a shared dream, shared hallucination. That implies some sort of mental connection. I hadn't considered psychics. And then he kind of goes back off into the same thing.
Magic, psychic, same thing. Doing stuff that's typically not possible, like traveling.
All right, real quick note. First of all, I'm just going to roll with it. Edgar, if you look in the chat, that logo, the way the text and that's what's on the label. I think that's one of those ones where I'd heard it or knew about it, and I forgot that it came from something else. But you know what? Knowing what I know, I'm perfectly fine with that. I will also. We're going to take a break because I actually do want something to drink. I will make a note, Carlos. If you examine the coat, it's in fantastic condition. If you know anything about BioSilk, or Roland knows anything about BioSilk, you actually think this jacket is super durable and super. And if you try to like cut it, it doesn't. So simply put, if anybody is willing to wear a dead man's coat, you get +2 dice passive armor wearing the jacket. It is actually a super advanced, relatively speaking, piece of armored clothing that doesn't hinder you if you ever, it doesn't give. It's very easy to move in, and you can wear this, and it'll give you +2 armor. What that means is, if I ever ask for a passive defense roll, you take your toughness and add 2 dice. We can actually set your character sheet to show how many dice you roll. So, for example, I think Ashlyn only has 2 dice of toughness. Now she would have 4. Now that's only for attacks. If I ask you to make a toughness roll, because you have to wake up from falling or whatever, that's different. Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to say it's 7:55. You have discovered something that's really interesting and different. It is getting later. You're going to have to find a place to camp, but I have an idea for that, so you don't panic too much, because it just advances my narrative. We have another 2 hours, and I think we're going to end on a really good. Well, we might end on a. How's it going? I hope everybody's enjoying themselves. I hope everybody's really wondering what's going on here. I think this is a lot of fun. I did give everybody a general resolve because I love the banter. It's hilarious, and I think as you all get better or into your characters, this will get better and better. So let's meet in about 10 minutes, 8:05. We'll pick right up. Do you want me to turn my camera off?
Oh, no, leave it on, please.
Leave it on?
Yeah.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed, and the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
All right, welcome back, everybody. Okay, so last we left you all, the 5 of you are standing around a wrecked vehicle called a Vector with a license plate that reads Hart Jr. Edgar, you realize, oh, that's the same name as the guy on this identification card here. The card was issued in 2111, and the individual who owns it or holds it was born in 2093, if these numbers all correlate the way you think they do. This is all written in English and refers to a city of Angeles, which, if you know anything about Los Angeles, that does not look like the city's seal or anything like that, so you're not sure what this Angeles city is. Also, Lamar and Roland have a sack of... that's what you get for drinking frescas. They have a sack of Caravan of Fortune casino chips in copper, silver, and gold color, made of a metal, but not precious, but still solid. And it's a wrecked vehicle, and you are pretty positive that the bones within the vehicle belong to this Michael Hart Jr.
Should we bury him?
He kind of disintegrated.
Oh.
So he's gonna hold. So Edgar's gonna hold up the coat, and Edgar does look like, clothing wise, he's very well put. His clothing is pretty decent quality. He seems to care about that a lot, and he says like this is good quality stuff, but it definitely doesn't fit my aesthetic or the type of thing I'd wear. But I think this is good. This is like BioSilk, high quality, expensive material. You can see how it has lasted so long here in the car after who knows how long ago this happened. Would one of you want to wear it?
Give it to one of the ladies.
Can I examine it? I want to check it for some... I want to take a look. You said BioSilk, right?
I did.
I don't necessarily mean to wear it, but I do want to at least look it over.
That's fine.
So BioSilk? So you're telling me it came out of like a Caterpie or a Weedle or something around here?
This is probably some kind of synthetic silk, considering silk itself, when it's wet, is very resistant to, cutting, at least in large amounts when it's wet. So this
It's a Caterpie what makes... I don't think a Caterpie is what makes Bio. I'm not sure what that is, but that's not normally what that's made out of.
I think it's a Pokemon.
He keeps referencing Pokemon, so I would assume that's what he means.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously.
I think Ashlyn should wear it.
The only one that's played Pokemon?
Roland raises his hand, but he's still examining the jacket. Is there something I can roll to kind of get an idea that this is a very sturdy piece of clothing that might potentially weather blows?
Yeah, roll your crafting.
Okay. Two.
Yeah, it's... first of all, you know a little bit about BioSilk, which is still something that they're working on making, which is an attempt to use, I believe the mention was cows, using other animals, pigs and cows, to manufacture sort of artificial or non-spider spun silk, which would be extremely durable. It's very tough. It would work as a form of body armor, among other things. And so this is, first of all, does not look to have decayed. It looks to be in very good condition. If you fiddle around with something, it's like, if you make sure Lamar's not looking and you take your sword, it's like, no, it doesn't really want to cut it. So yeah, you think it's extremely durable and it's going to ignore thorns and scratches and animal claws and things like that pretty reasonably well, and offer some protective value if you wear it. It's also somewhat lightweight. It's not as heavy as, say, Kevlar or other sorts of stuff. It's obviously slightly heavier than a normal wool or cotton jacket like this, but it breathes well too.
Well, it's definitely resistant to cutting, which means it could be very protective. I am of the opinion that since Lamar and I have weapons, and I believe Edgar has chosen not to, one of you ladies should wear it.
I already have my cardigan, so I'm fine.
I think
The cardigan's not going to protect you from a sword like this thing will.
I think Ashlyn should wear it.
Assuming that we're gonna get into sword fights.
Well, it should also protect you from like branches and thorns and things like that. So, like anything like my own heavy jacket, which is usable against nature. This will be a good alternative.
I mean, the best way to avoid
Okay.
hurt is just not be there, right? Just move out the way. Easy.
Okay. Right.
I mean, if you don't want to wear it, you don't have to.
It's fine. I'll wear it.
Just let her get cut. Just here. Someone else.
She'll like take it, but she'll like give it like. Does it smell like dead guy?
No, it does not. It interestingly enough doesn't have much of a smell. Now, granted, he's also Michael Hart Jr. is also long gone enough that it didn't absorb any fluids from him. It didn't, it seems if you shake it out a bit and get some of the dust and stuff, it doesn't really have a smell, and there's no stains on it. Amazing stuff, this bio silk.
Yeah.
And here's the best part. It has pockets.
Yeah, she'll kind of set down her bag and shrug into the jacket. She's got a really light thing that's just like for the plane, because planes are always freezing, and so she just puts it on like over that, and it's probably a little bit big on her, but then she'll put a hand in the pocket, figure out how big they are, kind of open it, let the scavenger rat that she's named Jack already, she'll kind of like hold it open for him so he can explore it.
It has not only pockets here, it has a couple of internal pockets. That's actually where he found the ID cards, was in an internal pocket. So it's got some space for storage.
So she'll take out a few things out of her bag and like start storing them in the pockets so that they're more accessible.
You do notice that Jack has flitted away. I mean, for a moment, Jack's not in there, and Jack comes back, and he's like putting dried grass into the pocket.
Aw, he's making a nest.
Building a nest.
She'll pull like a pair of socks out of her bag, one of the extra pairs that she has, and she'll like tuck them in there with him.
Oh, he's very happy. He kind of tweaks, settles down, and dozes off. It's dark, it's warm, it's comfortable. he's perfectly happy. Edgar, you can note down if you. So first of all, Ashlyn, what you want to note on your character sheet, and I'll have to copy this to your new one when it shows up, is at the bonded gear. However you want to write it, but actually, you know what? I will help you out here. I will show you how this works. I'm going to go put 100% bio silk.
Oh my god, Brainy.
I love how I can type very well when nobody's watching me. Alright. Bold. Let's do the armor. Now this is passive, as I said. Whenever, if it'll make it life easier for you guys going forward, what I can do is actually like I'll put the full value. There we go. So there you go. If I ever ask you for a passive defense roll, that is your best defense. Your 3 dice of agility is your active defense roll at the moment. These numbers will go up as you power up. All right. So it does fit reasonably. It does fit okay. You can, it's got a place to put stuff. You've got Jack's now very comfortably settled into a pocket. If you want, you can mark down that you have some ID cards, Edgar, if it really matters, on your character sheet. And the two of you, Roland and Lamar, can mark that you have poker chips from the Caravan of Fortune Casino. If it really matters, you want to track everything you have, because you.
So as we divvy it out, I'm doing the whole like 1 for you, 2 for me.
No. We're going to split this as evenly as possible.
I mean, that's what I'm doing, right?
No.
Okay, fair. You got me.
I'll let you keep any odd numbers, okay? You did grab the bag, but it was my idea.
This is true.
Consider it paying rent for letting me use the sword.
Hey, you know what? I can respect that.
Ashlyn leans over to Freya. Is this what it's like to have brothers?
I wouldn't know, but I imagine it's annoying if that's what it's like.
We might be able to barter these away for things in civilization because of what they're made of. So.
You don't know what they're made of.
Exactly, neither do they.
She reaches in her bag for a bottle of aspirin.
You find a bottle of aspirin.
Is there running water nearby?
Actually, you know how you were packing the little travel bag sized bottles?
Mm-hmm.
The bottle of aspirin that you pull out, about this big. You didn't pack that. Same brand, but a much, much larger bottle. You pulled it out of the mom bag, right?
Yeah.
Yep. You pull out a significantly larger bottle of aspirin.
She looks at it for a minute, shakes out a couple, takes them, puts it back in her bag. We're not gonna think about that. Maybe I accidentally grabbed the wrong bottle when I was packing.
Yes, there is the stream. You can walk the furrow back to the stream. Lamar for running water.
Oh, okay. I think we should probably make camp sometime soon, guys. I hear running water is a good place. We need to make one, right?
What does Ashlyn's book say?
Well, running water is always good, but you also find animal life at running water because running water.
Like yeah.
And yeah, but
that's what swords and fire is for, right?
I think we should try to find something with a roof over our heads.
Normally wildlife won't bother you if you don't bother it, so long as you're not next to a bear's cubs or a mountain lion's cubs, or most things won't bother you, especially when we're in a group like we are, unless they're starving.
Well, if we see any hungry animals, you can feed it your Pokemon, and we can make our way.
She just kind of glares at you.
Now that we're kind of at a spot where everybody's stopped, I'm assuming there's a buildup of dirt around this vector that Roland can stand on and kind of get a gauge of where we are again.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have him use the telescope for a better view.
All right. Give me another one of those perception rolls.
Nope. I got 0 again.
All right. So what you see is so you don't get anything off the table, but I think this is very useful to advance the narrative. What you see is something very brilliant glinting in the sun some distance away further down this downstream, and you zero in on it, and what you see is a series of pyramids arranged regular distance from each other of different heights around a central obelisk. Now the obelisk is pretty tall, in case anybody's like, what's an obelisk? If you know what the Washington Monument looks like, that's an obelisk. So it's a very long, tall pillar with 4 sides and a square, and then a little pyramid on top. And then around it are a number of 4-sided pyramids, some of which are half the height of this central pillar, and the other ones are half that height. So there's 3 different sizes. They're arranged in a square, and there's a central one, and they're made of a whitish material. You're not sure. It's not metal. It's not plastic. You think it's a type of stone, just because of the way the light's glinting off of it, and you've done a lot of archaeological excavation. The curious thing, though, is that unlike the Great Pyramids, these don't look to be made of blocks. So they look to be solid structures. Or maybe, like the Great Pyramid was at one point, they have a small, solid surface over whatever was used to make them. Because at one point, in case you didn't know, the Great Pyramid actually was like almost white because they put limestone plating or sheathing over it, and it's all eventually was stripped away to be used somewhere else, which is why it looks the way it does now. But you can see that maybe some distance away. You're not sure how long by travel, because you have to go overland. But it is definitely an artificial structure. There is no way that is natural, and it's not. And it's sitting there in among some trees and such further downstream.
All right, he's going to put the telescope away, slide down to a lower ground level. I think I've seen civilization. There's man-made structures, a few hours walk maybe, in that direction. And he points in the direction he saw them. I saw pyramids and an obelisk, and that explains so much about the Egyptians. I wonder if maybe they were signaling their... this bears more research.
Focus. What direction are we going in?
And how late is it?
How late is it?
Yeah, do we have to... Is it time to stop, or can we make it to those pyramids while the day is here?
You think you've got a couple of hours before sunset, and if it's so you should get if it's an hour or 2 away, based on where the sun is. Yeah, you should get to this structure just before it starts to get into evening and night.
Edgar's gonna say, "What does Ashland's book say?" Or Ashland's book say?
Well, as for where it's mostly common sense type stuff, like near a river or something that could be liable to flooding, is probably not a good idea, especially since we're in an area we don't know what the seasonal weather patterns are like. Also, naturally avoid anywhere that could be prone to avalanches or falling. It mentioned something about California coastal pines are extremely brittle, and so you don't want to camp under them because branches fall easily. So you don't want to be underneath those. And lean-tos are pretty easy to make, so we have something.
I mean, it was a man-made structure. It was in some trees, and like Roland is going to start walking as he's talking. So we should be able to make it before dark. At the very least, man-made structure means something a little safer, and I doubt people would put something on floodlands. I mean, I might, but...
Have you ever been to Louisiana?
Yeah. I did some research with a voodoo priest there once.
Dude, I love jambalaya.
That wasn't my point.
Dude, I was there for Mardi Gras. Dude, I got so many beads.
Let's go.
Okay, so we're heading towards the man-made structure then.
On that note.
I'm so sorry.
Start walking after Roland.
If you allow me a quick diversion, I've been to New Orleans once, and the hilarious part was I was with a friend attending a DrupalCon, and we're sitting there by the river having benoits, or beignets, however you pronounce that, for breakfast, and I said, we've been here, and he's like, what do you mean? When we played Left 4 Dead 2 in New Orleans, that's the bridge you cross, and you come in, and he's like, you're right. This is sort of where you go in that one adventure, and it was rather funny to realize. I'm like, wait a minute, I think I've been here. Relatively speaking, actually, I think that actually is the bridge you cross if you've ever played that level of Left 4 Dead 2. So it's pretty much more the same as you make your way downstream, and you see more of these animals. Roland, with your knowledge and such, there's a vague feel that you're looking at stuff from the almost that reminds you of Age of Mammals type creatures. That sort of feel. Some of them are very big. You see some absolutely enormous herbivore type creatures, long shaggy hair, huge ears, big shovel-like tusks, and a long trunk. They look like a very strange elephant, and they're pretty massive. And you see some other elephant-sized creatures that move on all fours, but they'll occasionally sit up and rise up pretty tall, and they will just start ripping down branches and leaves and chewing them away on them, and they balance their body with a thick tail, and they're absolutely enormous. But as Ashlyn said, basically, if you don't bother them or ignore them, they sort of ignore you. You're just part of the landscape. You're not anything to be worried about. On the other hand, you're also not going over and trying to take a picture by putting Lamar on the back of a buffalo, or petting them, or trying to feed them. It's so cute. No, you are. So if you don't get up to them, they don't get up to you.
I'm not gonna lie. That definitely sounds like something Lamar would want to do.
Get a picture.
We can make it there by the time it gets dark. We can come back.
Okay.
Ashlyn just does that to Freya, as they pass, just snap a quick picture.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She's on
draw
it.
them later.
Yeah, she's on it.
At certain times, some animals do look at you while others are feeding. If anybody has that sort of experience, at least they may recognize you as a people, but it's also a case of they don't seem to have weapons, and they're over there, so I think we're good. So they're not totally unafraid, but they're also not immediately moving away from you. You get closer and closer, and what you see as you get closer up to this object that Roland saw is there is a square plaza made of something akin to stone in a square. And at the corners are pyramids, four-sided pyramids that come up to a point, and they're about 25 feet tall. No, sorry, the corners are 50 feet tall. And then in between, and this is a perfect square, so you have 4 50-footers at the corners, and then in between you have another 4 in a diamond shape that are half that tall. They're about 25 feet tall. And then there's this Washington Monument obelisk that sits up in the middle that goes up about 100 feet. And they are all set on this plaza, which doesn't look really worn. The closer you get, and when you take a look, this looks like stone, but it doesn't seem to be stone. The plaza is made of big plates, which have, in some cases, are not all that even, but they're relatively flat. And you also find that one of the pyramids on the corner, one of the 25-footers, is cracked, and the portion of the facade is slipped away, and there is what looks to be a door that has come out and away, and there's an open space behind it.
Oh, this is obvious what this is. This is some kind of ritual, laser death array, right? You can see all the little lasers bouncing around to each little pyramid, and then it funnels into this obelisk, and then it fires it like a Death Star at random stuff in the cosmos. And he's nodding his head like he's certain that this is what this is.
I know someone asked this already, but I just want to make sure. How old are you?
22. Jeez.
Making sure.
This does remind me of an array that I had seen, but not as a space cannon, but more as a magical focusing array. I don't know if it's made of the same material, though. I can't quite say it matches up, but it's definitely something ritualistic. Whether there's magic or science lasers involved remains to be seen.
Edgar, I think the phrase you're looking for is suspended adolescence.
Arrested Development. Thank you. That's it.
That was a great show. There's always money in the banana stand.
So, it looks like that door. There's a door. There's a structure there. Do you think that's a good place for shelter? Should we go take a look?
Yes, we should. I have flashlights.
It wouldn't hurt to take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, Ashlyn also reaches into her bag and she's got like this multi-tool that's got everything and a flashlight.
Yeah, Roland pulls out two little pocket flashlights that are like the little LEDs you see at like a auto part store that are like super bright that use a couple. Yeah.
Yeah. Ashlyn?
Yeah, huh?
You pull out a mag light about yay big out of your bag.
Okay, I know I didn't pack that.
Nice and bright.
How'd you get that past TSA?
I didn't.
I don't remember you putting that in your bag.
I didn't.
Maybe it fell in your bag in the crash?
Maybe?
Are Roland's flashlights still the same, like, little tiny, super powerful LED flashlights? Cool.
She just kind of, like, hands the large flashlight to Edgar so he can go check it out.
Yeah, you want to check it out. Yeah, he was going to pull out his phone for a flashlight, but it's the flip phone. It's like, I want it to disconnect. And he puts it away and he takes the big flashlight and turn it on and go look in that room, see what's back there behind the door.
All right.
While he's doing that, Ashlyn's like looking through her bag.
Edgar, you look in there. So what do you see? There seems to be a door. You're not sure how it opens. I mean, it's shifted to one side, so you don't know if you can exactly close it. But inside there's an open space, and you see all the things that you would expect to find in such an open space, which is dead leaves and branches and a drift of bones. Does Edgar watch Star Trek?
Absolutely.
So you know how TNG, and I presume, I don't watch it, I haven't seen any of the newer stuff. You know in TNG they had those nice black consoles that would light up and touch, but when they weren't, there were these. That's exactly what you're seeing. There is inside, there are smooth, black, glassy, and you know the consoles, they're about your waist height. They run on three sides. They're angled in such a way that you yourself are like, that's got to be a true control console. Look at the way it's laid out. But it's all dark. Like nothing.
I hope his death ray theory was wrong. And it looks like it's empty in here. I think this might be a place we can settle down. There's nothing, no one here. And one of the things we're looking for, there haven't been any people, right? We haven't seen any signs of people anywhere here so far. Yeah, nope. Like this might be a place we can spend the night. Thank you.
Okay.
He'll give you back your giant flashlight.
Yeah, sure.
As Lamar walks in, and he sees you examining the console, he's just slow nodding, like,
It looks more like a Goa'uld mothership, actually, when you consider the pyramid.
Stargate. Got it.
So you do need to clear the debris out if you really want to settle down in here.
I think this time, but the time it took us to get here, you said it would probably start getting dark. So yeah, I'll want to start trying to clean up the place.
Yeah, Ashlyn will like take the big flashlight that she's got, like set it in the middle of the room up so that it like bounces off the walls to light up the place.
Oh wait. Hold on.
There, dude.
Two things. First of all, Edgar, do you start like sweeping the stuff out with your hand?
Well, I'm gonna. Yeah.
you start doing this, and you realize that you can faintly see like a snow shovel. Your hands are holding like this snow shovel, and you're sort of, because you went like, oh, I'm just gonna, rush, get the lead, and you're sort of scooping with this sort of snow shovel or bucket loader type effect. This field is around your hands, and you're holding you can't feel it because but you're holding like a whole snow shovel worth of debris, and you just throw it. If you throw it out, it's there for a few moments and then it's gone. But you do get a bunch of bones and sticks outside, and then it fades away.
Hey, we probably should have picked up some of the dried sticks so we could potentially start a fire. Not necessarily in here. That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're out. There's sticks outside. Yeah. We can.
All right, I'll grab some.
If we start a fire, it needs to be outside. I'd rather not die of carbon monoxide poisoning.
So Ashlyn, also, you're like, oh, I'm gonna let me get that flashlight back out so I can stand it up. And you reach into your bag and you pull out an actual little lantern that you can so you don't have to worry about a wobbly flashlight. You can sit it down and it lights up the room.
Okay, this is getting weird.
I know you have a Mary Poppins bag, but this is getting a little ridiculous, Ashlyn.
It's definitely a Mary Poppins bag.
Yeah, I agree.
So Freya, you say that, and you're in the room with everybody, and you lean up against the console, and there's a moment, just a moment, where the room is empty of everybody. I mean, you're there, but nobody else is there, and you can see that all these consoles are alight, and you can't read any of it, but you can tell that there's obviously graphs showing things and numbers changing and things moving around, and there's a faint blue glow now over everything and coming from above you. And you also for a moment flash and you can see the entire plaza, but everything's got a blue hazy glow around it, and then that snaps away.
She kind of like shakes her head and looks around. That was weird. I think I might have bumped my head in the crash. But she doesn't tell anybody what she saw because she thinks she's crazy.
Okay.
Well, I kind of wish I thought to pack hooks, because I've got some fishing line. We might be able to catch some fish for food.
It's actually not too hard to catch fish. That's one of the early parts in the book, actually, is about how to catch fish even if you don't have fishing hooks. I mean, I've got some needles because I've got a small like sewing kit for patching up anything really. Those would be easy enough to bend to make hooks out of.
I'm gonna just gonna add, do you have fishing hooks in your Mary Poppins bag?
Well, I didn't pack any.
I feel like the look in her face speaks volumes.
After everything that's been going on, she'll just kind of like reach into the bag, kind of in the pockets.
Are there still bamboo shoots around?
Yes.
While they're doing that, I'm gonna take my sword and I'm gonna cut down like three things of bamboo, and then I'm going to start sharpening them into spears.
So you draw your sword and you decide, I'm going to cut that stalk of bamboo, and I want to get 3 of them, but I'll cut this one first. And you unleash a stroke, and 3 stalks fall all at once.
He's going to then do Chiburi, then wipe the residue off of his sword, and then put it back in his sheath. And then he's going to bring it over, and he's going to start sharpening the tips of the bamboo for spears.
Well, the nice thing about that is all you need to do is basically find about a 6 to 9 foot length and do one straight cut, because it'll do the angled cut to a very sharp point, and then get rid of the rest. But yeah, one stroke, and then maybe if there's a fire, you can harden the tip because it's still a little green. Ashlyn, you dig around and you pull out a packet of fish hooks. You didn't pack the fish hook, as you've said.
Yeah. I guess I do have fish hooks.
Did you not pack fish hooks?
No, I didn't pack fish hooks. I also didn't pack a lantern or mag flashlight. Or, for that matter, the large bottle of aspirin. I packed a travel size one. I thought maybe that was a fluke and I maybe accidentally packed the wrong bottle, but I really wish I could wake up soon.
Reach into your bag for an alarm clock. Let's test this theory. You need to wake up, right?
Do I have to?
You don't have to do that. Leave her alone.
I'm just saying.
You don't have to, Ash. Just leave her alone. It's not a magic bag. Stop putting that thought in her head. It's gonna be fine, Ashlyn, I promise.
Grabbing things she didn't put in the bag out of the bag. That's magic to me.
Roland just has this look of delight on his face.
So Roland, real quick, their mention was made about turning the sticks out front in the fire. Are you involved in that at all?
The sticks out front? Yeah, well, he's planning to. He's gonna, because he's made campfires before, so, set up the sticks, have some kindling, and just kind of, ready to go. And he's like, all right, time to make a spark.
Oh, okay. So you say that and the fire ignites.
Are we all around each other while this is happening?
Ashlyn stayed inside.
Right.
So did Freya.
I'm about to stare hard. I was about to stare hard as hell at Ashlyn. What were you saying?
So hold on. I know you're outside, actually. So Ashlyn's inside. So I'm gonna say you were outside, Lamar, talking, and so Ashlyn and Freya are inside. Edgar, you in or out?
Edgar is inside, frantically trying to get all the leaves and the dirt and off to make the place as clean as possible. That's what he's doing.
Right. So what's interesting is every now and then, when you're feeling really kind of frustrated, you are generating this sort of snow shovel effect, which is, and you're like, oh man, I don't want to. Oh. Okay, I got that. And then, so every now and then it fades in and out, but and obviously everybody's like, oh, I think I know where, I can see what our next character she's going to be like. Some of this, when you can sort of decide, everything. But at the moment, it's this half-formed, fuzzy field around your hands. So Lamar, you're chopping this off, and I will say, because it's hysterical to watch you freak out, is you hear Roland say, now for a spark, and he doesn't do anything, and the twigs just poof. You've got a small little campfire going, and all he said was now for a spark, and he's just flipping out, and you're looking at that.
I immediately look at the a pile of leaves, and I'm like, spark! Time for a spark! Abracadabra! Confringo! What did you do?
I don't know. I just wanted to start the campfire, and I said time for a spark to prepare myself for, rubbing some sticks together to create friction and heat, and then it started. Oh my God, it's real. This is amazing. My research is going to get me published.
Everybody can hear him yelling this.
Magic is real!
Do you remember when you said we should have taken the earlier flight? I think maybe I should. I think I should listen to you.
Yeah.
All right. So eventually, everybody ends up. You have a fire out front, which provides some light and heat. This is the base of this pyramid is enough that you can all settle in. It's a little cramped because there's 5 of you, but you can settle in. The temperature drops, actually, quite a bit. If anybody has ever been camping, when I would go to Penzic, and it would be deceptively warm in the day up near Pittsburgh. But of course, if it was no clouds, the heat would radiate away. So the temperature drops. Now, granted, it gets from like 70 to maybe in the mid 50s, so that fire's pretty good. One thing that anybody sitting out by the fire when the sun goes down, you will notice, and everybody eventually will notice this, one very interesting thing. So the sun goes down. Now, you've been walking for a number of hours. You can still see the mountains. Trust me, you're going to see the mountains for a long time. The sky goes dark, and there's nothing in it. No moon comes up. You didn't see a moon during the day, but no moon rises. You would expect this far from any light pollution that the sky would be full of stars. There are none. There is nothing in the sky. And if you look back to where the plane was and where you walked from, where the mountains are, you can actually see them in the no matter how dark it gets, because there's a very, very faint blue glow that seems to be behind all that. Now, it's very faint. Basically, if you're staring at the fire, you're not really going to see it. But if you sort of look away and close your eyes and try to get used to the dark, you begin to realize that there is a very faint bluish glow out that way, and the rest of the night sky is empty. It's just dark black, nothing.
The blue glow that you said, does it remind me of what I saw in that vision?
You know what? A bit like that, yes. That same faint blue. It's much fainter, but that same bluish shade.
Okay. I would like to go inside, if I can, and I want to see if I can interact with this is probably a terrible idea, but because I had all those visions of like the things that I saw, I want to see if I can make that happen with the terminal. But I don't want to tell anybody I'm doing it because I don't want them to think that I like believe this magic crap.
At the moment, nothing, like putting your hands on it and everything doesn't really seem to do anything.
Okay.
You get another flash of an understanding. You get a feel. You don't know why, but you get a feeling that these consoles are obviously a control center, but you get an impression it's not a laser weapon. You just have this gut feeling that most everything around you, that whatever this is just more like a monitoring station.
Okay.
And so you're doing that. Actually, so that's good. Let me go. You know what? Since Frey, you just said something, I'm going to continue clockwise. Edgar, what are basically night has fallen. You guys are eating whatever you got out of whatever you brought with you. You've got water. You're making camp. You can bed down. The sky is empty, as I said. Anything in particular Edgar is doing?
So Edgar is he's outside. He's by the fire because it's cold and the fire is warm, and he's kind of looking about, like very astonished about there being no stars, no moon, no nothing. That is freaky. So he's kind of looking around, and he's gonna mutter. He's gonna say to Roland, he's like, yeah. So what journals do you publish in?
Oh, I got published for a few things for, like, new theories on how certain religions were practiced. Mostly it's been in mythological studies, ancient history, but that's not what I actually went for the PhD for. And my actual life's work is proving that magic was once real. But you kind of have to go with the flow if you want them to take you seriously.
Uh-huh.
Edgar research is always treated as...
is obviously not entirely paying attention. He's just kind of staring off into the night sky. That's kind of what he's doing, just like making words.
So,
But
Edgar, one of the things you may notice is that scattered throughout the woods are glowing spots, and you're not sure exactly, but you think some of the plants or some of their blooms are actually lighting up. Very, not super bright, but there is some bioluminescence out there. And also, if Edgar has never been outside in the wilderness at night, the noises you hear may totally unnerve you. There are crunching and crashings, there are cries, there is the sound of and I'm not making this up. You swear a woman is being murdered somewhere over there, and there's like shrieking, like a baby shrieking, and grunts and other noises. It for you, like I said, if you've never been on a camp, I think Roland has been in the field. If you've never been camping like this may be like this, especially with nothing in the sky, maybe the creepiest thing ever.
Yeah, he was more into astronomy than into camping. So yes, this is like the worst. So yeah.
So if you're into astronomy, one of the things that's really kind of disturbing is that you can't tell. First of all, there's no stars. There's nothing up there. So there doesn't seem to be anything like moving. So there's no planetary body. There's no glow or anything. So if Edgar starts going through his head, how do you get a night sky like this? A lot of it is not adding up.
Right. How does gravity work? How are we warm? How is everything happen? Like, what's going? There's a sun. What are we? Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of where Edgar's head is right now.
All right. So Ashlyn, anything that you're up to?
Yeah, so Ashlyn is also outside at the fire. She's got like her knees pulled up in front of her, and she's got her sketchbook out and pencil and some charcoal, and she's actually like sketching the mountains in the distance behind the back blue. Oh, of course she can't get the glow just right because pencil. And then she gets Edgar's like profile as he's kind of like trying the probably sheer terror on his face as he's thinking through some of this stuff. And so she's got that like sketched in profile on this as well, and she's just sketching.
Once I get to Lamar, I have some information. I have an update for the weather. Roland, you in or out? Anything you're doing?
He's outside. He's like looking through because he was also taking pictures as they traveled of the various animals, and he's trying to compare those pictures with some of the stuff that's in the various books that's on his tablet. At some point, he probably, since he noticed that she draws, he's offered like a pack of colored pencils to Ashlyn, like that was in his bag.
I could see you having colored pencils for maps and things and other things to try to describe what like a work site. Yeah, so there you go.
She'd look at them and thanks, but that's not the brand I use.
Rose art? Ew, like it turns up her nose.
Oh,
thank you,
okay.
Though.
Lamar, are you outside?
Yes, actually, when I saw Edgar start walking out and looking kind of scared. Lamar can't help himself, so he's going to reach into his bag and sneak up behind Edgar and just kind of like tap him on the shoulder.
Edgar's gonna turn around and he's gonna freak and he's gonna try to punch, like fight or flight. He's gonna try to punch the thing.
Alrighty. So Edgar, what I want you to roll. What's your might?
Just 2.
I want you to roll instead 4 dice instead of 2. Okay. And Lamar, give me a moment here. Now, a little peek behind the GM screen. This is an idea that hit me in one of these versions. So, yeah, Lamar rolled 8 dice for your active evasion. So, I had the idea, you know what? I've written out your characters. Let me hint, so it's not a super surprise when you milestone and get your new sheets, and it adds a sense of wonder and weirdness. So, Lamar, you're rolling 8 dice, and Edgar, you're rolling 4 dice. And what's happening, Edgar, is you punch, and there's that field is around your arm, and it's not forming, but it's forming like a bigger fist around your arm for a moment. And Lamar, you see he like does that, and you see this big Hulk like fist around his fist come at you.
Okay, I'm definitely going to do the most OP move in anime history, which is the sidestep. So I got 9 hits.
That's awesome. Yeah, I got 4 successes. So. Yeah.
All right. So first of all, he could technically, he made it by 5, so he totally controls the narrative. So basically doing the anime, in my mind, a lot of the anime he's talking, I don't know, but Dragon Ball, where he just steps to one side and your fist whoosh. So there is a bit of rippling as this, like, you know, he's like got one of those Hulk, but it's like a field, but he's got like a Hulk hand form, and as he pulls it back, it's gone. And then that rush where you moved, where you were like everything stood still for a second, and then everything gets to normal, and you're not sure you could do that again. But that stroke where you cut 3 bamboo stalks at once was not something you thought you could do. I mean, you knew you could do 1, but so effortlessly to cut 3.
Oh my gosh.
If I
do that again, he's gonna say do that again to Edgar. He's like, oh dude, he's gonna die.
Some narrative there. Edgar, like when he did that, and that was so shocked, he fell on his butt. Like after that happened, he just completely fell down, like stumbled backwards and scrambled. He's like, Jesus, what? Oh, and it's like, wait, Lamar, why would you do that?
Oh yeah, he totally flips up his mask after that. He's like, oh yeah, sorry dude, I couldn't help it. Like I needed to laugh. We're in some weird place. I just needed to make something happen. But are you what? How did your fist get that huge? Are you like Saitama or something?
I don't know what that means.
Have you not watched any anime as he throws his mask down in that exasperation?
I saw him. I read it all in half.
Yeah, but okay, so he gives him the rundown on One Punch Man, which is essentially like, dude, he can take out anything in one shot.
Yeah, I know who Saitama is, but yes, Edgar does not.
Okay, gotcha.
So Edgar is still like sitting down, and he's like, I don't know what that was. I have no idea what that was. I don't know what's happening here. There are no stars in the sky. Did you? I assume you noticed that. Did you notice that? I didn't notice that.
I did. Like, there are 3 things all wise men fear: the sea at storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man. And yeah, I think you've proven that. Like, your fist is fucking huge, dude. And he's gonna reach down a hand to like help him up.
he'll take it and stand up, and he's very confused. Just very.
So right about then, because you said, what was it? What was that? What was the first one? A storm at sea?
Yeah, everyone fears the sea at storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man.
All right. So right about then, temperature drops a lot more, and the wind picks up. And you can sort of tell, because there's flashes, that there's a thunderstorm coming along the sky. You can't see it exactly because the dark clouds and the sky, there's not that much contrast, but every now and then you see flashes that light up the clouds, and you realize that and everything gets really quiet, like all the animals start bailing into shelter. Jack is totally out. He's just curled up, wrapped in his wings, in your pocket. He's been fine. It's night. He's not looking around for anything. But a wind starts to pick up, and you can smell rain coming. If you've ever been that kind of. And every now and then, the sky lights up with flashes of lightning, and you can see a few lance down, and it's coming it's coming your way. It's coming, it's coming toward from where the sun would rise towards sunset, sort of wrapping around towards you.
Yeah, Ashlyn, as soon as that temperature drops and she notices the reaction to the wildlife, she's gone camping a lot. She immediately throws the notebook and is inside.
So if everybody follows, because you can start feeling when it's not, it picks up.
Roland's gonna call to the other guys. We're like, we need to get to shelter. Let's get inside.
Right.
So some of the wind blows in, some of the rain blows in. Unless one of you really doesn't want it to.
Well, Roland has in his bag of, survival gear, some disposable ponchos. So he's going to pull one out and just kind of stick it vaguely over the hole and use some of the tape he's got to hold it in place. So there's a little circulation, but it reduces the amount of water that gets in.
All right. So you put up a poncho and it's there. It's not super windy, but it is a thunderstorm, and it's raining. The temperature has dropped like any thunderstorm does. It's coming down, and then there's a moment where, unfortunately, you're inside, but outside goes blue-white, and everything is in this high contrast of light and shadow, and within microseconds after that, there is a deafening crack of thunder. Anybody who knows means that whatever that bolt went was probably right on top of you. It is almost, but literally, into your bones, feeling this thunderous crash. All those consoles light up. You see them for a minute, all go bright.
The laser sequence is starting.
And then wink out.
It's not a laser.
Freya, you were looking at these consoles, and anybody else who was not looking outside but maybe looking at the consoles can make a perception roll. Freya, you make a perception roll. Why don't you make it a +1 because you were really paying attention.
+1 plus what I already have.
Well, how much perception do you have right now?
4 dice.
Roll 5 dice.
Ooh, 5 successes.
All right, hold that thought. Anybody else paying attention to the consoles, or everybody looking outside? Rolling,
yeah. I got 3.
You got 3?
Ashlyn's probably busying herself with figuring out where she and Freya are going to sleep in this small space.
Okay. So both of you, both Roland and Freya, see, and Freya, the patterning is exactly what you had when you had your vision. And both of you notice the console opposite the door has a diagram. What is definitely a diagram? It's a big circle divided into smaller circles. So it looks like it's made up of a series of rings with a big central disc in the middle. And there's a scattering of icons over it that you don't know what any of them are, but one of them is like blinking for a moment. It has like a ring, it says a ring around that. And then the thunder hits. And of course, everybody's like rattled and shaken. The building does not shake, but all the consoles wink out. Anybody with their electronics out will notice that the battery is full. And if anybody checks their electronics after this, the battery is full no matter what. You didn't have it plugged into anything. Battery's full on everything. And then there's a few more bolts and strikes. There's a couple more massive cracks of thunder, but nothing like that. And then the storm moves on, and everything. You get that chill. You get that smell of rain and wet grass and everything. The animal noises start to pick up. The wind drops away. The sky clears in that you don't have, obviously, clouds full of lightning and all that. And the wind drops down to the more gentle breezes that it was. And everything gets quiet again.
That's convenient.
It's weird. That's what it is.
What's convenient?
Like Roland shows his phone, battery's charged.
Huh.
Yeah. I was at like 40%. I thought I was gonna have to pull out my solar powered charger tomorrow.
Edgar's gonna pull out his Kindle. He's like, it is charged.
Ashlyn looks at Freya and goes, "See, it's not weird that I have one."
Freya, you're a little preoccupied because you're leaning up against one of these consoles, and you realize that for a moment you got a flash again of that plaza, and this time you could see the lightning hit that obelisk and a charge run down it, which then arced to all the other pyramids, and then as the charge vanished, they all had that blue glow again that you saw the first time, which then fades like it's being absorbed into these various pyramids. And then you hear Ashlyn talking to you about solar panels, and see, I'm not the only one who has one.
Still focused on the panels and trying to wrap my head around these visions that I'm having that are obviously like a concussion or something from the plane crash. I just kind of absently. What? Ash, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
He also has a solar powered charger, so I'm not weird.
Oh, you're not. I never said you were weird. I just said, maybe you overpacked, which obviously I apologize for now because thankfully you did.
I'll go ahead and say that you're both weird.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why is it that only me and Roland understand it's some craziness is going on here?
Like Roland's actually going to put his hand over Lamar's mouth and be like, Lamar, it's good, man.
No, man. There's some weird stuff going on here, and these people refuse to deal with it.
Lamar, we can deal with that in the morning. Let the ladies have their moment. Since the storm's passing on, Roland's going to be like, all right, let's go take a look and see what kind of damage happened outside. Come on.
I mean, fine.
Edgar seems like he's going to stay quiet, so Roland's going to leave him alone.
He's now like kind of sitting down in the corner and reading his Kindle. He's reading a book.
And that would be when Edgar notices, oh wow, this thing's at full charge. That's convenient. I thought I had to charge. I thought I'd have to figure out how to charge it.
Exactly.
They must be making these batteries better.
And they are, but
I have a confession to make. I got rid of my Kindle. It stopped working, and I've discovered how much I enjoy physical books. So.
Oh, physical books are the best.
Agreed.
There's nothing like that new book smell.
Yeah, so Roland is very specifically giving the girls a chance to talk by removing himself and Lamar, who talk a lot.
The two of you step outside. One of the things that you notice is you actually do catch, just for like, you're not sure if it was really there. There's the structure that you're in, this plaza has a very faint glow for a moment, and then it fades away. There is, if you bust out flashlights, you don't know where that lightning bolt hit. It must have hit here around you somewhere, but you don't see any evidence of damage or scorching or blasted tree or anything. Now, if it hit the obelisk, no evidence of it actually doing that, but it doesn't seem to fit anywhere else either. There's no crater, there's no Minecraft little burning spot, there's no blasted trees.
Yeah, Roland is assuming that this is some kind of sci-fi outpost, and the lightning bolt hit the obelisk. He's just going, all right, this is sci-fi that's outside of what I know, but this is close enough. I'm gonna let it move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, Lamar's gonna ask Roland, like, all right, so you can just make fire appear, right?
Maybe.
Like, I mean, I've been practicing, but like my sword, my edge alignment has gotten like top notch all of a sudden, and Edgar's fist grew to like 8 times its size and almost took my head off a little bit ago. Like, why is it that everybody refuses to accept that there's some that supernatural or craziness is going on?
Oh, I totally do, and this is my life's work coming to fruition. I had to go through so many boards and lie about what I actually wanted to study in order to actually get the funding for my current, well, for any of my expeditions, actually. I've gotten so many grants that haven't found what I wanted, but I still had to publish papers about things that... Anyway, moving on.
I mean, I got you. Like, what needs to happen for them to get on board? Like, what do we need to do?
They need time.
Do we have time? I don't, like, this crazy shenanigans happening. There's random, like, storms. There's no stars. Like, Pokemon are coming out of nowhere. People are getting murdered out here in the forest. Like, what is going on out here, dude?
It's okay. We'll figure it out. We need to find other people. For the moment, I assume this world is magical. And, I mean, it's giving me magic. Who knows? We'll find out. For the moment, we need to stay calm. And, like, Roland, like, puts both of his hands on Lamar's shoulders, and he can tell that Roland is, like, shaking, because he's also, like, something weird is going on, and he's trying to stay calm.
All right, you know what calms me down when I'm like this? It's training. You feel like swinging some swords out here?
Yeah, if that'll help calm you down, let's swing some swords.
All right.
I will note it's really dark.
No, I mean, not at each other. Obviously not at each other. No.
Also, the fire is definitely out.
Okay, yeah, all right. He's gonna take his sword out, and he's just gonna.
Hold on. Let's see if I can do the whole fire thing again.
Oh yeah.
It may not work because this stuff's wet, but he's gonna set like some of the twigs and stuff back up, and he's gonna be like, all right, let's have a spark, and just kind of like motion with one hand towards the fire, or towards the twigs.
I tell you what, for fun, give me a willpower roll.
Okay.
By the way, Roland, you're hysterical.
Oh, yeah, this is great. Haha, 2! Which is lucky, considering I got 2 4s on 2 dice.
Okay. Hold on a second here. I'm trying to fix something. What the heck? I'll fix it later. Sorry, ADD distraction. I'm looking at your character sheet. Like, I need to clean that up. Wait, I'm running a game. I'm going to say 4 successes.
No, I got 2 successes. I got 2.
Oh, no. Okay. I thought you said 4 and 4 dice. So you're like, it's like that scene in Spider-Man 1. Go, Webb. Webb, and you're like, I need a spark. Nothing happening.
Yeah, when he sees it, like, it's probably too wet. He actually does pull out the 2 flashlights and kind of set them down to give them at least a little bit of light and like keep them from rolling away with like twigs and stuff.
Okay.
That way the 2 of them can do like that whole like kendo like swing sword in front of you multiple times for repetition.
Yeah. That would be called a kata.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
It's just screaming like, man, as he's doing it.
So let's go to the next. It's now the next morning, unless anybody has anything they really need to do. Eventually, everybody figures out where to sleep. Eventually, everybody comes in. Eventually, you spend the rest of the night. And you wake up. And you wake up as the sun starts to rise, and the rays come. Once it gets high enough, the rays come right in through where the window is moved, and lights the area up. And you look outside, and it's pretty much the same thing you saw. Like I said, if anybody else looks, if that bolt of lightning hit this structure, Freya especially, from what if you're thinking about it, you don't see no marks, no damage. You don't see where it struck a tree or the ground around. You do see, of course, that the fire that you had made is kind of gone. The rain and certainly put to that, but there is a cluster of sticks left over from where Roland tried to rebuild it. It's once again clear, beautiful, the same thing as you saw the other day. And if you're ready to start moving, or if you have anything else you want to do, let me know.
I was hoping I'd wake up back at home.
Me too.
Or at least on the plane.
You tried tapping your heels together. Never mind.
3 times? No, finish that. Let's see if it works. At this point, anything's possible.
Someone had to have made this place. This is obviously made by people. There's consoles, there's stuff. Is there any other sign of like roads, or has anyone seen anything?
Well, we could always take a look from the slightly higher vantage point.
I mean, to be fair, we don't even know if people like built it here. What if it just appeared here like our plane did?
That's a good point.
Okay, so magic doesn't exist, but giant, like, 8-building structures in the middle of nowhere could just appear out of nowhere? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Yes.
Roland's just gonna kind of
okay, I just wanted you to say that.
Roland's gonna be like, Lamar, man, let them adjust. If you push it, they're gonna push against it. Let them come to believe on their own. That is the power of magic. Belief.
You know
we can hear you, right?
They were right here.
Yeah. Freya absolutely rolls her eyes. God, I cannot believe we're stuck with these people.
Ashlyn's like running her fingers through her hair to get it back into some semblance of order.
How are you getting to a higher vantage point?
I mean, we might be able to climb the pyramids.
I thought they were smooth.
They're very smooth-sided.
Well, the one we're in had... Let me think about that. I did start a fire. I wonder if I can fly.
Can you say that out loud?
Yes, actually he does. Like, he's thinking to himself, like, puts his hand on his chin, he's like, I did start a fire. I wonder if I can fly.
Please try it.
Isn't that how 10-year-old boys break their arms?
Don't just let him try it. It'll be funny.
Now let's try.
We don't know that there's a hospital or anything nearby, so I don't think I could set a broken arm.
I mean, it would be
I'm
his own
just going to
fault.
go ahead and point this out yet again. You have a completely unidentified creature living in your hair and clothes, and you're going to hate on him for trying to fly.
I'm just...
Jack looks up from where he's craning and looks at you with an expression that you swear is, I'm not identified, you gave me a name, and then goes back to preening.
All right, Roland's gonna try and like find a tree he might be able to climb to get a slightly higher vantage point.
Okay, there's lots of trees. I'm gonna say make a might roll.
Okay, this is gonna go so well.
Ashlyn still got a couple granola bars.
What? It's a 2?
2 successes.
2 successes. All right, so 2 successes are pretty good, but I'm going to spend one of my adversity on a misfortune.
All right, because you can't use Jinx against me. You have to use it on other people.
Oh, no, that's right. Hold on a minute.
You cannot use Jinx
Oh,
against me.
no.
No. This is, I forgot. I need to remember to write that down. Also, then, that you have, let me take a look real quick. God, you have Jinx.
I do.
That means he gets free bad things against other people when you're around.
Yes. All right, so a real quick note for everybody, because I don't want to take you by surprise with this. I get at least 1 adversity per person per session. I can use an adversity to do everything that you can use resolve for, but I don't get lucky breaks, but I do get acts of villainy and misfortune. Now, Jinx means I can inflict misfortune on the other people, while Roland is okay. But in this case, I'm actually inflicting a misfortune on him. So he climbs up some pine-looking tree, and you get up there, and you just get ready to look over when the branch snaps, and you drop like a stone. And of course, Ashlyn's like, this is how 10-year-old boys break their limbs. And there's a moment where you flail, and then you start to kind of float back and forth slowly to the ground, and you get about 5 feet from the ground and realize what you're doing, and then you drop oomph, and hit the ground sort of back first, and oof.
Lamar looks at the remaining party exactly like this.
What?
Hold on, do the expression again. Okay. Roland, by the way, is like on the ground laughing.
Ashlyn hands Freya a granola bar.
Freya takes it and starts to nibble on it and just kind of looks to the side at Ashlyn. Did that really just happen?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, she doesn't have lithium granola bars. Like, no, this is real life.
Are you sure?
By the way,
Freya opens her. Ashlyn opens her own, tears a little bit off, and hands it to Jack.
they actually, Freya, you notice that Jack is staring very pointedly at you in the granola bar, and he keeps like doing this, like looks at you, looks at the granola bar, looks at you, looks at the granola bar.
As I break off a little bit of it and start to feed it, I look at Ashlyn. You really have to stop bringing home strays. This one is really cute, though.
I know. I mean, I couldn't just leave Oreo at the shelter. Who adopts a 3-legged cat?
That is true. Oreo is really cute, too.
Edgar, while all this is going on, what are you up to?
Well, I saw the look Lamar was giving us. I'm like, I'm not saying magic isn't real. I just don't have to accept it yet. That's all.
I mean, I guess you don't have to. That's true. He's gonna say, but like, dude. And then he's just gonna leave it at that.
He hasn't been published yet.
Not for magic, but for other things. He's still laying on the ground, I might point out. He's like just kind of laying there.
Oh, dude, you hit the ground at like 2 miles an hour. Get up. Like, he's gonna say over his shoulder.
All right. Yeah, he's gonna stand up and like brush himself off.
All right. as a group, do you decide to head out? Or do you have anything else you're up to?
Where are we going? It's like, okay, where are we heading? Are we
might
continuing down?
continue downstream.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then yes, I guess we are heading out.
I'm actually going. Yeah, as we head out, I'm going to pass a spear to those that don't have swords, if they would like one.
I'll take a spear, sure.
All right. The spear is it's a 1-die melee weapon, but it's versatile. So if you use it with 2 hands, it's 2 dice. So if anybody wants a spear, that's what you get.
Freya will take one.
Ashlyn
will reach into her bag and hand Freya sunblock.
Freya just kind of smiles and takes it and starts lathering it on. Starts putting it on.
Does she pull out a full-size, bottle of sunblock?
Probably, even though that's not what she packed.
No, it's what you packed.
Oh, okay, good.
Wow. If she's got a little one, Roland's gonna pull out his own tiny little bottle of sunblock and start applying it. And anybody?
I'm black. I don't need it.
That's actually not true.
You gonna tell me if I need sunblock or not, Missy?
Everyone needs sunblock. Just because you have more melanin does not mean that you are immune to the effects of the sun.
I have dealt with this skin for 22 years. Not one SPF has been on this skin. I have not.
Then you are on a sure route to skin cancer.
I guess maybe.
Edgar, sunblock.
Why not?
Anybody want a hat? Roland pulls out a baseball cap. He's been wearing a hat this whole time, one of those wide-brimmed traveler's hats. He pulls out a baseball cap. Hat? Anyone?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
I appreciate it, but with it doesn't fit quite on my head with all my hair.
Point.
Ashlyn takes the bottle back from Freya and starts putting some on her own face.
You missed a spot.
Yeah.
As you were all walking along, I'm going to ask Edgar, are you using normal D6s?
I'm using Paragon, the Powers Paragon dice.
Oh, never mind then. Ray, are you using normal?
I'm using regular dice too.
Regular dice? Okay, well, I got Freya. I'm like to ask you to roll 2 dice and tell me the value on the first die and the value on the second die.
Okay.
So if you roll 2 ones, you're going to tell me it's 1-1.
2 6s.
6-6.
Yep. Sorry if that's bad for us guys, just so you know.
Random dice rolls like that worry me a lot.
Okay. I just want to say my bad ahead of time.
So what I'm asking you to roll on is I realize that most people, the people playing the game using P&P will have D6s, so I created a D6 chart, which is 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 2-1, 2-1, 2-3. So Freya, because you rolled the dice, as all of you were walking along and putting on sunblock and hats and handing things out, you realize that you realize there's a pair of bright yellow rubber gloves tangled together next to the stream that are laying there like they've been washed down from somewhere else.
As I notice them, I'm gonna just kind of tap Ashlyn on the shoulder as I walk by and wait a sec. I think I see something, and I'm gonna go over there and look at them. Okay.
They're laying in the grass next to the stream. There's water plants and rocks, and they're sort of there. And you look at them, and it takes you a moment. You realize there's something slightly off about these gloves.
Are there hands in the gloves?
No. But each one has 6...
I'm sorry, what?
Each one has 6 fingers.
Oh, well that's odd. I'm gonna pull out my camera and take a picture of them where they are.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna carefully pick them up.
Okay. They look like kind of heavy-duty rubber gloves that you might use for any number of purposes. They're a little bit thicker than the ones you might use to wash dishes, so these might be used for electrical work or anything where you need a slightly heavier style of glove. And yeah, they are obviously made. This wasn't stitched together, but they're obviously made for something that has 6 fingers.
Is there anything inside of the gloves, or no? They're just flat. Okay. I'm gonna take them and put them in my bag.
Okay. That is actually not one of the weirdest. That's not the weirdest thing on this chart.
Ashlyn will lean over to Freya as she's putting them away. Just go, "Hello, you killed my father."
Inigo Montoya?
All right. So, what you start to notice is that the alpine meadow has begun to change. The trees are a little more denser. The grass in some places is taller. You're getting more shrubs. Not as many animals. You're kind of going into more of a forested area, and there is, if anybody is paying attention or looking, or if occasionally Roland pulls out his telescope and takes a look, you begin to realize that in the distance there is sort of a grayish cloud, which you begin to realize is probably indicating smoke from a settlement, because you can sort of tell that sort of, hey, there must be some sort of campfires or some sort of fires going there, and they're not moving, and so you start moving through a much more tree area of trees and such. And a lot of the larger animals are not here, but then you're among trees. But there's a lot more bird-like creatures and all that. And it's very pleasant, very nice. You're seeing, like I said, all these various conifer-type trees, but then some more leafed trees and bushes. No more wildflowers because there's not that kind of grass, but there's some flowering plants and others. And you're all starting to relax a little bit, I'd like to think. You're starting to breathe a little better. You're like, okay, we're getting somewhere. We know the stream is over there. Roland has said, well, I think I've seen some smoke in the air that way. And right about that moment, you hear a cry of giant people! And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of you. I don't. Great. I'll have PRP dice. Well, it's not you because you have Jinx. So in fact, it's Edgar, because Edgar, I think, is the perfect person to have this happen to them. Edgar, you hear this, and a body slams into you at speed. And you get knocked down, and this person tumbles on top of you. And what you see tangled up with you is a young woman, you figure in their teens, later teens, who looks human, but her skin is blue. When I say her skin is blue, her skin is the blue of like a Crayola blue. Her hair much darker, and you catch that, and she's looking down at you and trying to stand up, looking a bit panicked. Now everybody turns at this, and you see a young woman dressed in sort of a long sleeve shirt, and over that a shorter sleeve tunic, and then over that like an apron, and there's a belt, and you can catch that she has like loose trousers and leather boots, and everything is there's a stitched trim on all of her clothing around the cuffs and collar and all that. You can catch a glimpse. There's a belt and like a pouch and maybe a knife off the belt, and she looks perfectly human. But like I said, she has blue skin, and Lamar immediately is like, oh, that's like an anime blue. That's the kind of blue that you in like Dragon Ball. If anybody's blue in Dragon Ball, they're like that Crayola crayon blue. And she's kind of trying to get up and away, and you would guess that she is... I suck at math. Yeah, you would guess she's like 16, somewhere between 15 and 17. And you know what, Lamar? This is what you see next. You see another girl about that also you would guess about the same age. And she's bronze skin, and her hair is nearly white and comes down around her shoulders. And she has two cat-like ears up here and a tail, and she's dressed sort of the same way. And she looks like most every anime cat girl you have ever seen, just the ears and the tail. And then behind her, and literally leaping and landing next to all of you, is an individual who is humanoid, but kind of rodent looking, a long snout, tall, narrow ears, white hair down around the shoulders, white pelt, and one of you who is not Lamar and is not Edgar notices that her legs bend backwards, so she's standing on her toes. And the two of them, the cat girl like grabs the human-looking girl, and the rodent-looking girl looks at all of you. And I'll drop a picture in of what she looks like because it's so you can get an exact idea. And she says, "Run, giant people!"
Waifus? We're in an isekai, straight up. He's gonna look at Roland. Dude, there are cat girls.
And then
I'm sorry for anything he says from here on out.
And that moment you hear this guttural noise, and you see riding in behind them an individual that is easily 9 to 10 feet tall, probably weighs 6, 7, 900 pounds. Oh, wait, Mr. Mythology Roland, you're looking at Bigfoot.
Oh no.
In the flesh.
It's Bigfoot. That's a Sasquatch. Oh my god. He like pulls out his phone and starts taking pictures.
Are you gonna ask?
Then he turns to the little people and starts taking pictures of them. Mr. Sasquatch, can I have your autograph?
Yeah.
Edgar's still on the ground, and he's just kind of looking up in a daze and says, "Giant people." That's it.
And, right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into Edge.
Yeah.
And let me find my giant people. Now, I'm going to note something very important. Because this is a new day, this is a new scene. So all of your resolve is refreshed to what you would have at the beginning that you had at the beginning. If you have not spent any resolve but have gained resolve to have more than you would start with, then it's that value. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I mentioned this because resolve can be used to jump the order. Let me read this script paper here. All right. So, Ashlyn, what's your edge?
8.
Your edge is 8?
Let me make sure I didn't misread that. Yeah, it's 8.
What is your agility?
3.
All right. Roland, what is your edge?
6.
6. Lamar, what is your edge?
My edge is also 8.
And what is your agility?
My agility is 4.
What's your intellect?
My intellect is 2.
All right. I'm done. You're a player character. You're not an NPC. You get to go first. Freya, what is your edge?
I also have 8.
Okay. What is your agility?
2.
Yeah, you're gonna go there. Just to be clear, if you all have the same edge, I'm gonna ask for agility, and then I fall back to my champion's mentality, which is intellect is how fast you think. So, and then if it's all still tied, I'm gonna say you're the hero. You get to go first. Edgar.
7. Make it easier.
All right, so let me. Okay, hold on a moment there. Lamar. There.
Hooray! Roland gets to go last, I think.
Rhea. Edgar. Roland. All right, now you're gonna go in Ed. First thing first, Lamar, you would go first, and you have this pretty big. This is the biggest. Imagine your classic Bigfoot, and this is what you're looking at. This thing is huge. It is looking at all of you a bit confused. The 3 young ladies look absolutely terrified of it and are trying to get up and get away as fast as they can. You're not sure what was going on here, but it is looking at now 3, 5, the 8 of you, and you have the drop on it, though. You can move before it does.
I'm going to tell everybody to run as I just fully accept that I am now an anime protagonist. I'm like, dude, this is my moment, and he dashes towards this giant Sasquatch looking thing, hand on the sword, ready to fucking go. So he's gonna pull it out. He's gonna pull it out, and he is going to swing at the sword, telling everybody to get behind him.
All right. Being that you're an anime protagonist, you wish to go all out? That'll give you +2 dice, but it'll have all your defenses.
You know what? Yeah, we're heart of the cards.
All right.
All out, so I get, what, 10 dice?
Let me take a look at your character sheet. Let me take a look at your current character sheet real quick. All right, so what you're doing is you're taking your expertise with swordsmanship, and this is why you had 0 resolve. You add your 2 dice to because of your sword, and because you're going all out, you add 2 more dice. Now, you should have 1 resolve, because I gave everybody resolve for cool roleplay and funny dialogue and everything, and you don't think you've spent it, so you have 1. Now, for everybody else, a sword is a lethal weapon, so I have to use my best defense, which in this case is armor. Oh, I didn't do too bad.
I got 9, it looks like.
9.
So I got 1, 2, 3. I got 3 6s. 4, yeah.
All right. I am going to spend 2 adversity to add 2 dice to what I rolled. Oh, that actually paid off. All right. So your sword strike is a wonder to behold. You do this ninja scroll straight cut across the broad, semi-rounded belly. And for a moment there, you thought you'd almost cut him in half. But this giant person is, whatever a giant person is significantly tougher than he looks. You've done 3 health to him. My 2 dice actually came up with another 3, so it slashes nastily across here, and this creature bellows in agony, just and is going to reflexively backhand you as far away as possible. So you went
and I get dice, right? So I get 3.
So what this means is you don't get your all-out dice, but you take your other dice, because that's your best defense, is an active defense. You're going to take your other dice and halve them. And you're going to roll that against my might, because he's just trying to slap you.
All right, I have a question.
Yes.
Can I use some resolve to give him an extra to his defenses? Like Roland yelling out, "Look out, he's going to hit you."
Yep. And because you're right there, you can give him an extra die for each die you spend.
I'll use 2. I'll put him up to 5. Yeah, he's just basically like going, "Look out, his arm's coming," something like that.
All right. You roll your defense and please, and tell me what you've got.
Okay.
I got 3.
Sweet. I am not going to re-roll because I got 3. You may have noticed my oh my god, I can't believe it. I love it. That's a perfect narrative. So basically, he says, "Look out," and this hand that could palm probably 2 basketballs comes zipping. I mean, just this open hand backhand, and you dodge. You do this sword block type dodge, and you hear it whistle above your head as this thing also kind of gives this bellow. Not a gorilla type bellow, though it looks like an upright gorilla, but more of a chimpanzee kind of howl shriek, although for something that's 600 or 900 pounds. Okay.
That's terrifying, yeah. If you look closely, you'll notice that there's a wet spot running down my leg.
Ashlyn, you have these 3 young women who are trying to scramble and get up. By the way, they move at the bottom of edge because they're NPCs and they don't have stats. So if you try to get them to go somewhere, they're going to go at the end of everybody else. But it's your action.
Yeah, Ashlyn would be trying to help the girls up, especially the one that fell. I can't remember who into, but yeah, she's basically going to be trying to help the girls up and getting them out of the way, and we're going to let Anime Boy do what he's going to do.
Okay. Well, the one that looks like a cat girl is grabbing the blue skin girl, and they are getting ready to move and shift. They're sort of standing up and moving, and you can help. You can hear them saying, they're talking. The crazy thing is you can understand what they're saying. Maybe not the crazy thing, you're just not really thinking about it right now. But what you're hearing is the one that looks like a cat is going, "Guthrie, get up, Guthrie, come on, Guthrie, go." And is kind of effectively pulling her to her feet at this moment.
Yeah, Ashlyn's gonna be behind them, placing herself between them and where the Sasquatch question mark is, and kind of helping them from that way, because, well, let's hope this jacket's actually as good as they say if it comes to that.
Okay.
Also, this is maybe
Freya.
hopefully still a dream.
Freya, you're at your action now.
So I'm gonna take the spear that I was given, and I am going to position myself in front of Ashlyn and the other young women, but mostly Ashlyn. I'm gonna protect her with my life.
Okay.
But I'm also going to let Anime Boy do his thing. I'm only gonna attack if it comes close to Ashlyn.
Right. So I'm gonna say you've moved and you're holding your action, which is you'll attack if you draw aggro.
Perfect.
Edgar, you're laying on the ground.
Edgar is still kind of shocked. He's gonna get up and he's gonna say, "Fine, Lamar, I've seen One Punch Man, okay?" And he's gonna try to shoot. He's gonna try to shoot the guy with the flare gun, just to blind him as a combat stunt potentially. It's like, just take him down.
All right. So, Edgar, before you roll any dice, let me check something really quick.
Sure.
And I'm going to give you a bonus die. And you're like, why am I giving him a bonus die? Because this is exactly what a character did in the very first Well game when they fought the giant person. And I think it's so awesome. I was so internally giddy that you specifically asked for a flare gun that I was like, oh, yeah, I got to see if he does this. And I will have to tell that player, guess what? So I'm going to say that a flare gun, because it's firing a hot dart, basically it's firing a hot flare, is a +1 weapon, +2 because I'm giving you a bonus, and you add that to your agility and roll that.
All right, that's 5 dice. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
5 successes. All right. Because these flares are pretty dang hot, that's equivalent to a blast. Agility armor is the same, so I'm just going to roll 4 dice. Ooh. So how many successes did you get? 5?
Yeah.
So I only rolled 4. So you hit it, and this is. I'm not really. I'm sort of thinking about this. This is actually, you hit it, bam, and it sort of sprays out, and it's burning right there. And there's this like bad, as its super hot object just hit it. I know what your next step is going to be. Roland.
Okay. So far, I've exhibited actual magical powers like a wizard. Sword Boy is a master swordsman all of a sudden. And now the Sasquatch is on fire. So what I'm going to try and do is make the, the burning ammunition that's on his chest, I'm going to try and make it explode.
Okay.
He's like, I'm Harry Potter, I think. I don't know. I may not be the chosen one, but I think I can make that explode. Kaboom.
He's a wizard. Fireball.
Pretty much.
All right.
Can I? If nothing happens, nothing happens. I'm okay with him wasting his turn. He's experimenting.
Make a will roll.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and spend a resolve for this because I know he wants it to explode.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Four.
All right. Because it serves the narrative, the flare which had impacted, and this thing's very furry, suddenly explodes outward, and the whole creature is sort of smoldering at the moment. So yes, it sort of bursts into greater flame. The NPCs get up. They start dragging. They start moving away. Aslan, you catch the rodent-looking girl with the really long ears and snout. She bends her legs and just easily broad jumps about 20 feet, and then says, and lean and come on. And you can see the other two start moving. And we get back to the top. So that was 1 page, by the way, just as a quick note for anybody. I think all of you have played before, but just want to, for anybody wondering, that was 1 round of what we call a page. We get back to the top. Lamar, this Sasquatch looks like it doesn't want any more of this. It's on fire. It's been cut. It's burning. Obviously, its edge hasn't come up yet, but its whole body language is, "I'm done." If it matters, but it's starting to basically turn away from you now.
So Lamar is going to see that it's wavering, and he is going to strike the most menacing pose he could think of. Not necessarily menacing, but stoic, heroic pose. He's getting it I'm in the anime edit. That's his mind. That's his mindset right now. And so he's like, if you know what's good for you, you'll go from whence you came, and then he'll slowly like sheath his sword.
So, if you want, this can be a combat stunt.
Yes, it can happen, Captain.
If you want to do that, this can be a combat stunt, which is you can inflict non-damage effects on an opponent. What is your charm and or command? Which one is better? Are they both? I mean, do you have any dice in that?
I have 4 in charm and then 3 in command.
Do you think this is more of a forceful, like? Yeah,
it's more command. Yeah, I'm more like get the fuck out of here.
So what you're going to do is you're going to roll your command, which is not, you don't have a whole lot of it, but it's going to be against his willpower. He doesn't have a whole lot of that either. People can help Lamar because the more you get, you can make it lose its turn, or in this case, I would say you can make it flee.
Roland's definitely willing to help by also like drawing his sword.
All right. If you have a resolve, throw it to spend it, and he can add another die.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely want to help more in the way you kind of shoo away a wild animal as being trying to be, well, I guess it depends on the animal, but
So wait, Ashlyn, do you want to try to help Lamar?
yes. And especially if it seems like he's not continuing the fight, I just want to get this thing away. Leave us alone. Please,
Lamar,
we don't want to hurt you.
Understood. Lamar, add another die.
Yeah, so now I'm at 5.
Ashlyn, you don't have to spend anything.
Okay.
So you should be rolling, what, 5 dice?
Yes, that's what I currently have.
Okay.
I got 6.
Okay, I got 2. So you have 4 net successes. Sample effects are -2 dice to challenge rolls. You don't really want that. Drop a weapon or item, doesn't have that. Can't move. I would change that's a sample. I would say instead of can't move, you want it to flee. I'm more than happy to say, yep, it's going to flee. What I was already thinking, it is now going to definitely do, if that's what you want.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. So you do this menacing pose. It is smoldering. It's been cut. It's been burned. It is not happy at all. Its turn. Its edge comes, which is, if you're paying attention, like it moves. It has an 8 as well. So basically, it takes a step back and sort of slaps at itself. I'm going to actually spend, just to be fair, I'm going to spend an adversity so it doesn't keep burning, but I'm not going to spend an adversity to undo the combat stun as one or the other. So basically, it slaps you at yourself, and you can see the flare kind of tumble away and hit the ground, and it gives a roar and then turns, and I mean, its stride is immense, and it just goes crashing through the brush and trees and flees. And you know what? This is the perfect time for us to end our session.
That worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it did.
That's great.
It was either it shows up and then at the end of the session, but there you go. It runs and flees away, and the 5 of you are now left looking at these 3 individuals. At this point, it's going to start dawning on everybody that 2 of them are definitely not human, and one of them is, but one of them has the weirdest skin tones. And we will also see about how to bring our new player in next session, because he can make it. I have some ideas, and I don't know if we're still filming, if you're going to cut, but I was going to say, what does everybody think so far? What does everybody think?
Great.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
This was fun. Yes, really liked it. Really enjoyed it. Had a good time.
All right, so
I love the group dynamic.
The group
is great.
Everybody.
I do like the running gag of how old are you?
Right?
Yeah.
I will say,
I like how. I love how they call me immature while they're obviously disregarding all of the facts around them, like children.
All right, I'm gonna take us out, guys. So good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out and watching.
Back in 2 weeks.
Forget the dice whenever it's most important. Ah, well. Honestly, I was thinking about rating you too, dude. So we're gonna do a shout out. What were you doing tonight? Raid Chain. Yeah, he beat me to it. I was actually about to raid out, but I think I'm gonna stick around for one more puzzle. Watching Michael Serbrook run the first Well of the Worlds game on his